What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
line it up. And he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that.
He is.
We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up the Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. I'll pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. We chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You know? Right. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little lot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did. I don't feel like you standing on business. Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
Yeah. I'm built for it tough. No, this how I used to be feeling, killer, you heard me? Yeah. Crossed out hicks, feel like I'm possessed. I wanna have a baby dead, it just ain't happened yet. My wife just said that paper there, I just ain't grab it yet. Nominated for the Grammys, I went back to jail. Racist judge found me guilty, sent me back to hell. Lost trial.
They believe that Abubakari and his crew landed somewhere in Brazil. And as you know, Brazil has the highest population of Africans outside of the continent. I also want to mention that Dr. Ivan Van Sertima in 1987, he presented evidence to the Congress to suggest, not even evidence to suggest, but evidence to prove that there was contact between the Native American people and African people.
Don't never go look for yourself inside somebody else, you heard me? Cause some of these niggas out here ain't really cut like we cut. You know, we cut from a bandana. You know, these niggas cut from shit paper, you heard me? That shit sounds good until it takes place. When I'm built for it tough, and I still hold up. When I'm built for it tough, and I still hold up.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P, and a place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. And yes, y'all saw a clip from Hidden Fallacies, Hidden Colors, and that was none other than Dr. Ma'at and her Abubakari mentioned, Ivan Van Sertima mentioned, you know what I'm saying? So I keeps it a buck. No matter what, I keep a buck. And somebody tried to use that clip earlier today. Send me that clip as if that clip is going to change my mind and I'm going to negate the evidence that has been massively put together over the last 10 years of research. So I just wanted to let y'all know that my eyes and ears are to the street, and sometimes I might let certain people be, and sometimes I might not. But at the end of the day, it's about the truth. It's about liberating the African mind. right? It's about liberating the African American mind. It's about liberating the so-called black man in America's mind who has lost their sense of self and identity and purpose. And we just gonna deal with it how we gonna deal with it. And you know, people are gonna like it or they not gonna like it. And either way it go, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying on none of that, you know. I am aware that people don't like who I am and the way I might say certain things, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna deliver the truth. So shout out to DMG in the chat, Ramon, Teddy, Edward 9x9. I seen big head ass Meek in the chat, Donnie Keenan, Mel in the building, even pseudo fact in the building. No, I can't even call you facts, bro, because you ain't kicked the fact yet. Zane, you know what I'm saying? People that have not even spoken, you know what I mean? Go subscribe to DMG more, and also Paradigm Shift on behalf of DMG and Paradigm Shift, all of them, a debate league. If you in debate and you trying to, you know what I'm saying, get into that field, or if you're trying to come into the knowing or walk, or if you want to see this information argued against, whether right, wrong, or indifferent, please go and check out you know what I'm saying, Paradigm Shift TV. They will be live tonight. They got some type of series they going on, a couple of things. They're usually live like every other day or something like that. They also have a lot of debate content on there as well. So what we're going to do is, this is the actual official review of the debate between Cedric, who was a member of the Pseudo Killers, and Jeremiah Judah, Hebrew, who claimed to rename himself something he don't know anything about. Right? Let's just keep it a buck. He named himself Mandinka Mali. He changed his name on Facebook too. Try to request your friendship, send your friend request. See that will jump. But it is still Jeremiah. And what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try to do this, is allow the rounds to finish and then provide my insight. And I'm doing this unbiasedly. I'm not doing this from you have to train yourself to remove what you already know the answers to. You have to train yourself to forget what you know in those moments, and you have to deal with information based on the purpose of the research question and the topic. The topic is, did Africans come to America before Columbus? Meaning, from that title, that Africans was here before Columbus ever arrived. So if you are pro Africans was here, black people was here before Columbus ever arrived, then the evidence mountain is at a different level for you than it is for the opposing viewer who's arguing against that them not being here. And then, but they have to have the evidence to support what they're saying. And if you don't have the evidence, or you argue fallaciously in different aspects of the conversation topic, you're not granted the success of winning that round. I don't give a damn who you are, right? And I'm saying that to say, me personally, I don't care about what judges they had, who judged what, and who provided what information. I am weighing the information and what can be proven. I don't give a damn who showed what on the screen. That does not matter. What does the evidence say? And if you put something on the screen and negate the evidence, I'm deducting. So next to me, I got my, I got my pad, right? Because I like to jot shit down as I'm listening and kind of go back and deal with certain things. And And there's some few things in here that I want to kind of tackle. Then I got something else for y'all once I get through with this. Now, this might be, and I'm just going to tell y'all this now, this might be a little disheartening for a lot of people that's tapping in right now, the way that I'm about to deal with this. Because I don't give a damn about how you feel about your position, whether you think your ass always been here or not. I'm only dealing with facts. The truth is all that matters to me. And the evidence that makes that true, evidence that is factual, right? So, here's what I'm looking for. Let me give y'all this real quick. I mean, I'm looking, going to my phone. What are my notes? There you go. Boom. So when I be like peeping game and if I'm interested in a subject matter, I start jotting shit down on my phone and my notepad. So I come back to it later and try to address it. Come on, man, get the lights up. Like the show, share the show. This ain't no shit show. We finna brain the shit. It's a shit show. All right, so it says, the title of the debate: Did Africans come to the Americas before Columbus? Evidence to consider. Evidence to consider. And what I mean by evidence to consider, these are things that I'm looking to hear from either one of them. Either one of them. Technology, shipping technology, map making, routes, tools to navigate, right? Genetics, DNA, your biological makeup. We have DNA to support them always being here or being here before Columbus or arriving here with the latter, diseases, which is significant. Now, I might not get too much into that because the Loaded dropped a 26-minute video on her channel that was done really nicely. She stole some information and arguments from me. Yeah, I had to throw that in there. Now, she told me she kind of got some shit from me. And certain parts of it, some of that shit's her own shit, and she did a really good job keeping her chronology and dealing with the information as it is, and then incorporating certain things in the argument to strengthen it, how something should have been argued. And then language, right? When it comes to language, there's some misinterpretation of linguistic data that has been presented by people who claim to be linguists, who have universities in their garage. We have, hey Juju, how you doing? What up, Pandemus? What's good, fam? Thurman in the building. But yeah, hey Sage. What's up, Sage? All right. My boy Willie in the building. Flint was good. But anyway, linguistic work, is that presented? Do we have the evidence that can argue it? Internal and external sources. Do we have someone on the inside verifying that which you claim had happened or occurred? Internal. So in any internal West African sources saying that they were leaving the fucking coast of West Africa, traveling to America or to the Americas, and are there any internal sources on this side of the Americas, oral, because they weren't writing, any oral traditions, speaking of people arriving during these different periods and moving forward? So looking for internal sources. And then we know what the external sources are, right? We got a few external sources making claims, but never having any internal case. That's neither here nor there. Mali, right? Mali is significant in this entire conversation because it is the Mali Empire during the reign of Mansa Musa that is well known to Afrocentrists that is also well known to Eurocentrists, Arabic-centric Arabs, the whole likes, right? This story about Mansa Musa was popularized and was told, and it carried weight. And it made it into the realms of plenty of books and references. So I say Mali is significant because then there begs the question, the dude named Tahuti that was on Chris Show the other day to act like he wanted to debate me on this topic, did Mali have a navy? Was there a naval presence during the reigns of all the Mansas, all the Askias, right? Was there we know there was a military presence in Mali because we have records of the military, right? The army, I should say. Which branch of the military? The army, right? But did Mali have a navy? And how was trade, commerce, etc.? If there was a trade or commerce, what about art, arts and craft, culture, right? Are we going to see arts, craft, and culture for any one of them? And mainly its role and how it functions. And what I mean by that is simply this, and then we're going to get started because we got enough people in the building. Are the people in Mali crafting boats artistically? Are they telling stories about maritime travel? Are they painting boats in places, or drawing boats and things of that nature? Are they doing all of this amongst themselves? Are blacksmiths familiar with? I ain't talking about canoe. I'm not talking about no canoe. I'm talking about maritime travel, something that has to cross the Atlantic in the tune of a whole lot of boats. So now we got to also look at the geographical perspective and geographical location, the geographical location of Mali. In this time period of Mansa Musa, when this event supposedly had occurred. But not just that, are there any other West African stories that would support and prove that Africans left that coast and entered into the Atlantic and made it to the Americas before Columbus? That is why we're here. So, one more time, and I messed up on this little slide right here. I thought I fixed it to come, but exact kind of. But anyway, just for the record, the significance of this clip is huge in this conversation, and then we're gonna get started.
Yeah. I'm built for it tough. No, this how I used to be feeling, killer, you heard me? Yeah. Crossed out hits, feel like I'm possessed. I wanna and a baby did, it just ain't happened yet. My wife just said that paper there, I just ain't grab it yet. Nominated for the Grammys, I went back to jail. Racist judge found me guilty, sent me back to hell. Lost trial.
They believe that Abubakari and his crew landed somewhere in Brazil. And as you know, Brazil has the highest population of Africans outside of the continent. I also want to mention that Dr. Ivan van Sertima in 1987, he presented evidence to the Congress to suggest, not even evidence to suggest, but evidence to prove that there was contact between the Native American people and African people.
Point. That's why we're here. Let's get to it. So, round one, fight.
And he gonna do that intro 10 minutes. And time will start when you start, my brother. Let me know.
When you're ready to share my screen, just let me know once the screen is shared and tell me go. I'll go.
All right, your screen is shared.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I sit here today before you to address and debunk the pseudo-historical claims made by Mandinka Mali 7000 regarding pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. These claims rely on fabricated sources, selective interpretation of genetic and archaeological evidence, and a fundamental misunderstanding of human migration patterns. My goal tonight is to show that these theories fall apart under the scrutiny of evidence-based reasoning and establish scientific consensus. Let's delve into the key points and demonstrate why these claims do not stand up to rigorous examination. Let me first provide an overview of main arguments put forth by JJ 7000. Fabricated sources. Now, stick with me, folks. These sources, the sources cited by Mandinka Mali 7000 include books and articles, are often unverified. When you search for these references, they either do not exist or cannot be found in credible academic databases. This is a clear red flag. These so-called sources are not legitimate references. They only serve to mislead audiences by presenting what seems like scholarly support, when in reality, these so-called sources are part of an elaborate fabrication. Misuse of genetic evidence. One of the key references often cited is Theodore Scher, whose work is misinterpreted in this context. Scher's research supports the idea that Native Americans have East Asian origins through migration across the Bering Land Bridge, not African ancestry. His findings are manipulated to fit a narrative that simply doesn't align with his actual research. Teeth and morphology. Another claim revolves around dental traits supposedly linking Native American populations to African ancestors. While it is true that some dental traits are shared between various populations, including East Asians and Africans, these traits are not exclusive to African populations and certainly do not serve as solid evidence for pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. African artifacts and arrowheads. Claims of African artifacts such as golden arrowheads are often presented as proof of African presence in the Americas. However, these artifacts are highly speculative. In many cases, they lack any credible scholarly support or verifiable evidence. Show me a museum. These so-called discoveries are often misrepresented or misidentified objects that do not hold up under serious academic scrutiny. Now, let us turn to overwhelming scientific consensus that contradicts these claims. Human migration studies, particularly those in genetics and archaeology, tell a clear story of Native American origins. Mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome haplogroup has been extensively studied, and these studies show no significant African genetic markers in pre-Columbian populations in the Americas. The genetic evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that Native Americans descend primarily from East Asian populations that crossed the Bering Land Bridge more than 10,000 years ago, not from Africans. These are your sources right here. Archaeological evidence. The archaeological record further supports this. The Clovis culture, one of the earliest known cultures in North America, showed no indication of African influence or migration. Furthermore, the complex societies that developed in the Americas, such as the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas, have distinct cultural, technological, and agricultural characteristics that are consistent with East Asian, indigenous American development, not African. Want more sources? These are actual sources. Now, Mandinka Mali claims that a 16th century codex proved African contact with Native Americans before Columbus is completely irrational, as a document created after Europeans' arrival cannot serve as evidence for pre-13th century events. These codices in question, such as the Codice Telanario and the Codice Mendoza, primarily depict Mesoamerican history, religion, and tribute systems, not African visitors. The misinterpretation, lookership of dark-skinned figures ignores artistic conventions and lacks supporting genetic, linguistic, or archaeological evidence. Additionally, arguments based on
five minutes.
Modern racial stereotypes rather than historical accuracy. Mandinka Mali 7000 claimed that West Africa, particularly the Mali Empire, built ships capable of crossing the Atlantic. It is a pseudo claim due to the lack of archaeological evidence. There is no remains of transoceanic West African ships or signs of oceanic navigation tools. Mali's navigational technology was designed for ravine and coastal navigation, not long-distance ocean travel. Furthermore, there is no direct historical evidence or cultural exchange to support the idea of pre-Columbian contact between West African and Native Americans. Overall claim is speculative and unsupported by concrete proof. The fallacy in JJ's claim is primarily argument from ignorance and misinterpretation of evidence. The claim assumes that because there is no evidence disproving the possibility of pre-Columbian African voyages, it must be true. Dr. Clyde Winter's sickle cell, how a work has been criticized by many in the academic community for speculative interpretation and lack of review. While he uses genetic markers like HLA-B35 to argue for pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas, his conclusions have not been widely accepted or verified by mainstream scholars. In JJ 7000 attempt to use Winter's work as evidence, it is important to highlight that these theories are controversial and have not been rigorously peer-reviewed or confirmed by the broad scientific community. Peer review is a critical part of scientific process, ensuring that research findings are rigorously tested and validated by experts in the field. Dr. Clyde Winter's work, while presented as evidence for pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas, has not undergone the level of peer review that would lend it credibility in the broader scientific community. As such, any information drawn from his research should be treated with caution, as it lacks the verification and acceptance that peer-reviewed study carries in academic debates. The lack of Colombian African presence. There is no credible evidence in archaeology or history to suggest that Africans made contact with the Americas prior to Columbus. While there were African explorers in the later centuries, such as the Portuguese and Spanish, there is no indication of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. With the scientific consensus established, now let's address the specific claims one by one, starting with the fabricated sources and the misuse of Dr. Skirt's research. We'll then move on to the argument surrounding dental traits, so-called African artifacts, and other fabricated evidence. As we break down these claims, we'll show you how each falls apart when subject to rigorous scrutiny, and why the theory of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas is nothing more than a baseless and misleading narrative. With that, I yield the floor.
All right, so that was Cedric's first round, his introduction, along with his argument laid out. Now, I know what a lot of y'all are thinking, and I know what a lot of y'all are saying in the chat, and those of you who are not saying and just paying attention. Did Africans come to America before Columbus? That's the research question. Although the information is credible, there was very little about did Africans come before Columbus. He did make mention of shipbuilding. He did say this, that, and the third regarding claims that were being made by other people. However, it was too much yielding to scientific consensus. The word scientific consensus. You're in a debate. Scientific consensus doesn't matter in this debate because only evidence matters. So I told y'all earlier what I was looking for. In his first round, he could have killed JJ because JJ made a mistake by letting him go first. So the screen that we're on right now says lack of pre-Columbian or African presence. There's no credible evidence in all your history to suggest that Africans made contact with the Americas prior to Columbus. While there were African explorers in the late centuries, such as the Portuguese and Spanish, there's no indication of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. I would like to see where you got that from. I would also like to see the evidence to show, right? You mentioned ship technology. What shipping technology would suffice for for people from Mali to venture and leave West Africa, right? First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to educate you properly real quick. How far does the Malian Empire have to travel to get to the Atlantic Ocean and then fight 4,000 and something miles to get to the Americas? By foot or by camel or by horse? How did you get from the center of Mali to the Atlantic coast and then travel from the Atlantic coast by ship to the Americas? Where were the ships built? Where were they on the coastline? And what other technology went into that ship building? See, this, and I said this years ago, but that is the vocal point in many aspects of the argument. I hate to say what I'm saying right now because I was saving some specifics, some key specifics about this subject matter for one of Ivan Van Sertima's researchers who is in Ohio. Because I was supposed to have a conversation somehow, some way, I don't know when, with this gentleman who was working with Van Sertima and collecting my data, knowing the argument and all the other things going back and forth. The biggest questions that I had, two of the many biggest questions that I had, is not answered by no one who says and believes that Africans left West Africa and made it to the Americas and had been doing so long before Columbus arrived. So that's what I'm looking for. I gave y'all my notes. I told you specifically what it was that I was looking for and what was interesting to me in being able to understand what's going on. And Cedric's first round was supposed to be the knockout round. There was nothing else to argue. He could have just sit there and just refuted JJ's claims for the next two rounds. He didn't have to do anything, but he started off strong, teed it down, didn't provide the evidence. We're seeking evidence, so we're looking for a credible source that we can revert back to. That's why this channel is filled with so many presentations and conversations about this subject matter, because the evidence is being laid before you. in different pieces and parts and new pieces and parts that are coming in as more evidence is collected. However, that's Cedric's first round. Let's hear from, this is going to be annoying. I ain't even going to lie to y'all. The hardest thing for me to do is to listen to this dude, knowing that this dude shouldn't even be having conversations in our community at all. Let me just start there. But I am going to tolerate the stupidity for the sake of pushing through and providing this information. And it will be a fair and honest critique. And my biases are shelved.
All right, let me pause your time. You had 1 minute and 32 seconds left. Do you want to yield all of that, or you want to keep going?
I yield the floor at this moment. We have much more stuff to get into. So with that, JJ and
all right, I'll reset the time at 10. JJ, time will start when you are talking or you sharing your screen. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, put my screen up, man. That was horrible.
All right, are you sharing?
Hold up, y'all. I apologize. Let me get my screen going, man. Yeah. Share screen. All right. PowerPoint. You see my PowerPoint?
I don't see it yet.
Just real quick. This mofo has been debating people in the community for years. It's all he wants to do. He finally gets a laptop, and now and he's been using it to share a screen before. Now he don't fucking know how to share the screen. It's annoying. It's annoying. But most of all, Mandinka Mali is disrespectful coming from a fucking. Let me play.
Probably. Still don't see it?
No, sir.
Okay.
You hitting present?
Yeah, let me try it again.
This is terrible.
Share screen. Okay. All right.
Yep, I still do not see it, bro.
You got the damn pad in the thing.
If you want to send it to me, and then I can share it, and you can just tell me when to go to the next slide if you want to do it like that.
I get it up.
All right, let's see. And you told me to go to a commercial, and then you want to get it. You got it. Sharing your screen. Let me know when you're ready. Time start when you start, brother.
Screen up. Oh, wait, commercial break going on. All right. Let me get to my first. All right, first okay, y'all see my screen. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, what this brother did, man, was get up here and didn't even state his case. You come up here and you start referring to sources and references that I didn't even bring up in this debate. Judges, I want you to note and document that. That's called a straw man argument from the right. So the information that he put on the screen is not what I'm bringing to this debate. You're supposed to be presenting to the people your information about proof that Christopher Columbus came here to the Americas. I need to see navigation. Where's the ships? You need to be showing us that. You need to be authenticating his diary, showing us that it's real. You need to be proving up here why they got this dude buried in different goddamn old places. Like you say, you up here, you might as well be defending Spider-Man and Jesus Christ. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this Christopher Columbus myth is perpetuated by pseudo-scientific racism. That's all this is. And you got the nerve to get in front of us and talking about, you're going to put Afrocentrics on trial. You ain't qualified to even question either Van Serter or Renuka Rashidi. You're not. Then he says, he brings up a 16th century codex that I didn't even bring up in the debate. Judges, note and document that. Bring that up when I didn't even make that argument in this debate. Then you brought up shipbuilding. I didn't say anything about shipbuilding yet. You see? Then he brought up Dr. Clyde Winters, which I didn't bring up. This is letting you know that he has no solid foundation. He has no case. But it's your job today to prove Christopher Columbus came to these lands before 1492. It's your job today to prove his haplogroup, his R1b. You need to prove that before any African haplogroup entered the lands, and you're not going to be able to do it. I'm going to show you how this Johnny come lately. I'm going to show you that their navigation skills is Johnny come lately. I'm going to take you to the analysis of these metals that you want to discredit. I'm going to show you how I vetted my sources. He hasn't done that. He brought up sources with my name in it. How can you add my name to sources? And he didn't even vet them. You didn't show no cross-references, nothing. So you want to be the epitome of trying to criticize somebody's information. What my job is to do is to show you, my thesis is to show you a connection and put pieces together, and y'all add it up. Because we all know that this Eurocentric way of thinking, this pseudo-scientific racist ideology that he's pushing, you know, the Charles Darwin, you're a monkey. Every time a black man say he's an Israelite, they pseudo. They say they're Kemetic, they pseudo. They say they Pan-African, they pseudo. This is the side of this is what I'm dealing with in this debate. A guy who hates himself. See, this debate is bigger than what this topic is. It's about getting pseudo-scientific racists up out of our community and stop getting the credit to these goddamn on white folks. Keep going. Now, did Christopher Columbus come to the Americas before Africans? Let's keep going. All right. Transatlantic migration of Africa's ancestry to the Americas, genetic and historical evidence presence before 1492. Anton Mandinka Mali, affiliation lines in Academy of Education and Information, as you can see right there. Let's keep going. Now, this study confirms transatlantic migration of African ancestry to the Americas through genetic and historical analysis, establishing presence before Christopher Columbus in 1492. Getting up here, establishing a presence of Christopher Columbus before any African came up here. Mitochondrial DNA, autosomal DNA, the historical records. You already made a mistake when you got in front of me. Make your arguments that I didn't even make before I got in front of the people. Judges, note and document that. Now, the African population contributed significantly to the modern American gene pool. Let's keep going. Now, the ancient roots of EM2, the Americans uncovered in the genetic legacy of pre-Columbian migration. This is the introduction. America is a complex, multifaceted topic that has garnered significant attention from researchers across various disciplines. While the dominant theory suggests that the Americans were populated via single migration of Asians across the Bering Land Bridge, recent genetics, your studies is outdated. You're just a mockingbird. You ain't took the time to even analyze or do any of the goddamn research yourself. Recent genetic studies have challenged this narrative, revealing a more nuanced and complex history of human migration. The whole thing is about human migration patterns, and admixtures. And goddamn it, I'm gonna show you that this African
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Admixed with these indigenous people way before you're gonna find a European presence. The European haplogroup didn't come into goddamn around the 16th century. Then you start seeing their pottery. Then you start seeing their weapons. These dudes, they didn't know nothing about no celestial navigation. The hell's wrong with you? Now, let's keep it going, man. This dude done got in the ring with me with this nonsense. One of the most intriguing and debated topics in this field is the presence of the EM2 haplogroup in America before Columbus. What haplogroup you finna bring up here, sir? Huh? The EM2 is a subclade of the E haplogroup, which is found in high frequencies in many African populations. The presence of the EM2 in the Americas has been documented in several studies. Mr. Ortega, why are you trying to deny that? Because you're up here pushing this pseudo-scientific racist ideologies. Well, we come from monkeys and we didn't do nothing. We was too dumb. White man told us. I'm here to dispel, and this debate is in the honor of our black scholars, Renuko Rashidi. This debate is in honor of Ivan Sertima. Every goddamn February, you want to try to tear him down. You and these goddamn goofs over at the other channel. Excuse me for using that on. Now let's keep going. Now, in several studies, and some research suggests that it may have introduced to America through pre-Columbian migration. That's pre. That ain't just he just want to paint the picture. The only reason we got over here through slavery because we were too dumb to get over here, and they were smart enough to understand ocean currents and things of that nature. I'm gonna show you that it wasn't in this debate. Hear me? I'm gonna show you a lot of things that you're not prepared for, sir. I'll keep it going. Keep going. How many minutes? Okay. Hold on. Now listen to this. Pseudo-scientific racism and the Columbus myth. This study of the people in America has been marred by pseudo-scientific racism and the perpetuation of the Columbus myth. This idea that the Christopher Columbus discovered in America in 1492 has been widely debunked by historians and researchers. He got the nerve to get in front of us and try to defend this goddamn fairy tale. You might as well be defending Santa Claus came in Tim last year. Huh? You had milk and cookies out for him, didn't you? Prove that. It's the same thing you're doing. You might as well be in front of me with that you do up there. There ain't no clear-cut, conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came over here before Africans. He talking absolutes. Now, this myth has been perpetuated by pseudo-scientific racists who have sought to erase the presence of indigenous people in America and promote the narrative of white supremacy. Now, what they do genetic extractions and dental morphology. You ain't qualified to even debunk genital mortality, but if you want to stay on that topic, I got plenty more for you that you're going to be needing to deal with. I didn't even bring it up. Now I did. Now, recent studies have used genetic extractions. Deal with the genetic extractions, sir. Study the peopling of the Americas. These studies have revealed a complex and nuanced history in the human migration and admixture in the Americas. You better show us these European admixture before goddamn the 1600s. That's what you better be doing. Huh? Now, he had lack of conclusive evidence. These widespread, except remember, his goal is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus, which he has not. I'm going to be using genealogy. I'm going to be using goddamn scholarly information from geneticists. I'm going to be bringing that. I'm going to be vetting, showing that I vetted my sources and cross-referencing. He's not. Right? Now look at this. So we already know he has an agenda because every time you say you're a black man and you involved in this, he says pseudo, but he will yet tear down these white scholars that's trying to tear us down. That's why I'm here. Let's keep it moving. The Americans in 1492, in fact, many Russians have questioned the validity of Columbus' accounts. You better be showing us valid goddamn diaries. You better be showing us navigational tools.
1 minute, JJ, 1 minute.
That's what you better be doing. Don't try to get in front of me, try to tell me what I need to do. I'm going to do my job. But ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself today, is Cedric Ortega going to do his job? Is he going to prove that Christopher... matter of fact, this ain't even really the topic. You can't even prove he existed. They got him buried in 3 different places. Where's his authentic handwriting? Huh? The research question is, what is the genetic legacy of the EM2 in the Americas before Columbus? And we're going to keep it going. He said, my time is all up. But how has pseudo-scientific racism and the Columbus myth influenced the study of the people of America? Not you.
Okay. JJ's first round was banter. I don't know what that was. Was this first? I'm confused. I'm confused on the way this was laid out. I'm confused because he said all of that. He had 2 blank slides in there, and then now what's on the screens are research questions. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all might not like me. Y'all might not like the way I respond to talk about certain shit. And y'all might not like the fact that I challenge every fucking thing people say in this community. But just for the record, this motherfucker wasn't putting research questions in no presentation until people start paying attention to my shit being presented years ago. Go look at presentations by JJ or anybody else Go see if you find somebody with a slide on it that got research questions on that motherfucker before me. Go find it. And he talk all that shit. This motherfucker has research questions in his shit. And I'm gonna get back to that. So JJ is JJ. I expected what he gave. He gave us 10 minutes of hollership. He said he vet sources. He didn't show a source. As a matter of fact, anytime he referred to any DNA, the EM2, etc., he didn't have any. He didn't have a grasp for that. He didn't show us any evidence of EM2 being in the Americas before Columbus. He said it. He kept saying it. He explained what EM2 Hab is. Not really, but in his own way. But he did not meet the criteria of answering the research question. Now, he did take shots at people challenging Afrocentric scholars, and he tried to play the white man science game and say that we're attacking black scholars and defending white people. Lo and behold, JJ, for the last freaking time, the reason that this is a debate topic and people continue to argue it is not because of Ivan Van Sertima. It is not because of Ronuku Rashidi. It is because of two white people. Excuse me, you two, do not take this down. A Russian Jewish gentleman by the name of Leo Wiener. And then the Van Rosenbach, or however the hell you say his name, it escapes me at this particular moment, but I know it's Van Ross something. I will provide that to you. But they are the two reasons this conversation continues to circulate. They are white. They are not black. And they are used and referred to heavily by Van Sertima. JJ, you never read Van Sertima's book. I know you didn't. You never read They Came from Columbus. You're a Hebrew dude. You sit here and said that all this stuff about Hebrew pseudo and all of those, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. That's neither here nor there. Back to the, you never read Van Sertima's work. You didn't present a solid argument. Then you gonna lead us with these 5 questions. However, was JJ on topic with debate? My answer to that is yes. Did it make any sense? Hell no. Did I expect anything less? No. This is exactly what I expected. Loud, proud, and wrong. Come in immediately and try to say what somebody did not do. It is not his job to say what a person did or did not do. It is his job to attack that person's information. Now, did Cedric bring out stuff before you? He absolutely did. He didn't allow you to make an argument for certain things because he was setting you up. And no, you didn't mention those things, but you're going to refer to Clyde Winters. You're going to refer to Van Sertima. You're going to refer to Ronuku Rashidi. Because that's what y'all do. You hide and take cover behind the elders because you know that we won't beat them down. Well, I'm sorry. They won't beat them down. Me, Sean, speaking for Sean only. I am on the Masi Warrior Clan channel. I am speaking for Sean only. I don't give a damn. I will beat anybody up over the information. Scholastically. deceased or living. I don't care. Respectfully. It ain't about the person. It's about the person's information. That's fair game. Has nothing to do with anything. I'm not pissing on legacy or your contribution to shit. Your shit was wrong. That's my spiel. JJ also mentioned vetted sources. We didn't see that. He also said something about navigational skills. Hadn't proved that yet. Then he kept mentioning the EM2 haplogroup, but he didn't establish where EM2 was found in the Americas and according to what study. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say that very slowly for you. JJ mentioned EM2. You see it on the screen. E-M2. He says the genetic legacy before Columbus, but he never showed us where in the Americas E-M2 is found and how old that is in the Americas. Its presence. He immediately opted out to deal with the R haplogroup and claimed the R. How do you know Columbus's, if he's such a myth, right? Because you said it's a myth, the Columbus myth, attacking Afrocentrism. How do you know it's a myth? Who told you that? Where did you get this assertion? I know where you got it. But you ain't show you didn't show no evidence. But you were on the debate topic a little bit longer than Cedric. Even though you were making no fucking sense. So you ended with your research questions. What is genetic legacy of EM2 in America before Columbus? Your research questions should have been read to us at the beginning. You can't talk for 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes, and then the last minute, you're going to read to us your research questions. Because you already started arguing EM2, the first two questions, before you even gave us the research questions. Now, what are the limitations and challenges using genetic data to study the people of Americas? You also made a land bridge argument, which I don't even know why you even mentioned the land bridge. I don't even know why you try to mention that there was referring back to an argument about some speculation. You really don't know that science. You don't. You don't even really know science at all, bro. You pseudo your entire life. So for you to misrepresent the data was disingenuous. Then you says, how has pseudoscientific racism and the Columbus myth influenced the study of peoples of the Americas? See? First of all, what the fuck is so racist about Columbus coming to America, the Americas? There's nothing racist about that. There was no racism imposed on any people. There was a cultural difference. When Columbus arrives with the other Spanish, they see these people who don't have a similar culture or belief system as they do. They're not armed. They give a description of who they seen. We ain't got to the description of who they saw first at all in this debate. We didn't heard two people speak. Nobody gave us Columbus descriptions of who he saw. Nobody. But you called it a Columbus myth. But then you said that he came here. I'm confused. What are the implications of the lack of conclusive evidence of Christopher Columbus's voyage for our understanding in the peoples of America? That's one of your research questions. I don't know how the fuck you gonna answer that. But here for it. And I can't wait to hear your answer. So, all in all, both argued in two. Let me say this now. What up, Push? Let me just say this now. Cedric is having a totally different debate than JJ at this juncture of the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, Cedric is having a totally different debate. JJ is having his typical Hebrew Israelite comedic. You heard him say comedic. You heard him say all that bullshit, right? He is having that style of a debate on this topic. Neither one has met the bar. No pun intended. The difference is Cedric's more prepared to debate a person that is making the claims made by Clyde Winters, Renuka Rashidi, and Ivan Vincerto specifically. Cedric is not prepared to deal with Leo Weiner and Rosenwald, or how the hell you say his name, the other guy who's off topic. He's not ready to deal with those people. He's only at level 2. I say level 2 because JJ's level 1 of the argument. Level 2 is who JJ Afrocentrist, and I'm saying this loosely because I am Afrocentric according to the methodological approach I take toward research. But the centrists that are, some people are labeled as centrists, everything is fucking black, right? There's a difference. There's a methodological approach that people take that other people don't take. This gentleman is literally, and I'm being nice when I say gentleman, he is literally, right, prepared. Gentleman being Cedric is prepared to deal with level 1 and level 2. He ain't there for level 3. Not there. This is a 3-layer argument. And he's at basic level 2 because there's intricate pieces in argument against Ivan Vincerto that Cedric's going to yield from. Plus, you rely too much on the consensus says. The consensus says, what does the fucking data say? Like, save me on the consensus shit. What did you learn about the data that the consensus is analyzing and how they reach the goddamn consensus? Meanwhile, you got a retard debating you, bro. You're supposed to be a fucking pseudo killer. You're heavy on debunking claims. You can debunk claims. You can deal with those fallacies. You'll have some type of methodology and approach toward this. But lo and behold, JJ is freestyling, my nigga. He is freestyling. You couldn't get him to even admit DNA was real 7 months ago. How could a motherfucker for years deny DNA, argue against you in the first round using DNA? You better, boy, let me get back to it. Hey, like the show, share the show, man. I'm getting to it. My bad, y'all. My apologies.
All right, you had about 13 seconds, brother. You done?
Shout out to the Lions Den. I got JJ7K TV, Jesus Minister Ball and Crawler. I'll be debating over there this week. We keeping it going.
Oh my God.
Shout out to Denny Hayes.
He in a debate talking about where he finna go be and debate again. Like, what the fuck is going on? DMG, don't let this motherfucker do this shit no more, bro. When he come on your platform, he need to be prepared to argue with whoever he coming to argue with. All these shout outs and all that other bullshit, man, don't give him that. Don't give him that unless he paying you for the advertisement, bro. Let's go, Cedric.
Let's go.
All right, let me set the time for 20 minutes because our brother.
That's correct. His name is Von Wathanau. Worthenau. Yeah, you're right. It is pronounced Worthenau. You know, but y'all know who I'm talking about. And his work is outdated and pseudo. Oh, Sutek, you must be talking about, yeah.
Cedric Ortega is about to get into his rounds. And Cedric, it is on you. Time will start when you're ready, my brother.
As soon as you let me know my screen is sharing, we can go.
All right. And before I do that, Super Wavy, check the private chat. And you can do that for me, so that way when I go out, you'll be in control.
I got you.
All right, Cedric, your screen is sharing, my brother.
Okay, it is absolutely laughable that JJ7000 claimed cannot prove Columbus was in the Americas. This demonstrates an embarrassing ignorance of primary source methodology, historical documentation, and basic research skills. The sheer volume of direct primary evidence for Columbus's voyages is overwhelming and undisputable, unless, of course, you subscribe to a level of historical illiteracy that rejects all documented history. Primary source documentation. We have first-hand accounts, including Columbus' own journal, Diario de a Bordo, first voyage written between 1492 and 1493. Bartolomeo de las Casas later transcribed it, but fragments of Columbus' original writings survive. The documents are housed in Spain's Archivo General de Indias in Sevilla, along with letters written by Columbus himself to the Spanish crown. These are direct, unfiltered records from the man himself. Unless JJ7000 wants to argue that Columbus somehow fabricated his voyages while securing funding from the Spanish monarchy. Independent collaboration. Other crew members also documented the voyages, such as Diego Alvarez Chancha, who wrote medical reports on the expedition. We also have official Spanish crown documents acknowledging Columbus's discoveries, rewards, and governance. These are not just vague mentions, but extensive, detailed records spanning multiple sources. What the hell? Physical evidence. Columbus established settlements, including La Navidad on Hispaniola in 1942. Archaeological things confirm European presence in the Americas at precisely this time. The Spanish even returned in subsequent voyages to find these settlements abandoned or in conflict. This is speculation. It's confirmed by material evidence and written records. What is JJ claimed is not just ignorant, it's outright ridiculous. It reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of how historical verification works. If he wants to dispute Columbus' presence, he needs to explain why multiple independent sources, government records, eyewitness accounts, and physical findings all align. Or maybe, just maybe, he should crack open an actual historical archive instead of whatever pseudo-historical nonsense he's basing his argument on. Columbus' presence in the Americas is not up for debate. It is one of the most extensively documented historical events in the human history. To deny it, to reject the information of historical scholarship. The first confirmed African presence in the Americas dates to the early 16th century, primarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade initiated by European powers. The initial Africans in the Americas were enslaved individuals brought by European colonizers, notably the Spanish and Portuguese. One prominent figure was Juan Querido, an African conquistador who participated in the Spanish expedition and is recognized as the first documented African tribe in North America. You can wiki that. These Africans were forcibly transported to serve as laborers in various colonies, replacing the indigenous population that had been decimated by disease and harsh working conditions. Yet more evidence how we know when first in old world activities. These roles encompass labor in the plantations, mines, and domestic servants. The transatlantic slave trade commenced in the early 1500s. By 2008, data had been gathered on nearly 35,000 transatlantic slave wages from 1501 to 1867, estimating that slaving vessels embarked about 12.5 million captured in Africa and landed approximately 10.7 in the New World. That's you just can read that. The transatlantic slave trade involved European traders capturing or purchasing Africans who were then transported across the Atlantic under brutal conditions, a journey known as the Middle Passage. Upon arrival, they were sold into slavery across various colonies in the Americas. This is high school education. You want key sources? David Iltus and David Richardson, 2010. Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. It documents ship records and African arrivals in the Americas. Era Berlin in 1998. Many thousand gone. The first 2 centuries of slavery in America provides details on early African populations in the Americas. Philip D. Curtins in 1969. The a census estimates the number of enslaved Africans transported to the Americas. Genetic evidence. Genetic studies show African ancestry in the Americas appear only after the 1500s, coinciding with the documented history of the transatlantic slave trade. The lack of African genetic markers in pre-Columbian indigenous remains confirmed that Africans were not present before Columbus. Who did the study? Reich and colleagues in 2012, Reconstructing Native American Population History. It's published in Nature. You see how you source up. Show indigenous American ancestry traces back to East Asia with no African influence before the slave trade. Montano and Represto in 2021 and colleagues in 2021 tracing the genetic history of the Caribbean. PLOS and genetics finds African ancestry in the Caribbean originates from the transatlantic slave trade, not pre-Columbian contact. You want your sources. Consensus, JJ, you know what that is? The first confirmed African presence in the Americas dates to 1502, when Spanish colonists brought enslaved Africans to Hispaniola. This marks the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, which continued for centuries and shaped the demographics of the Americas. No credible archaeological, genetic, or historical evidence supports a pre-Columbian African contact. The fact that JJ 7000 hypothesis is on equal footing with a scientific consensus reveals several key issues. Misunderstanding of epistemic weight. Scientific consensus is built on rigorous peer-reviewed research, multiple independent lines of evidence, and expert analysis. A personal hypothesis, I link things up, especially one lacking empirical support, is not equated to this body of knowledge. False balance fallacy. JJ 7000 assumed that all opinions are equally valid, regardless of the quantity or quality of the supporting evidence. This is a common tactic in pseudoscience, where unsupported claims are framed as being just as legitimate as well-established scientific findings. Dunning-Kruger effect on steroids. His confidence in an unverified hypothesis suggests he may be overestimating his knowledge while underestimating the depth of the scientific research on the topic. Rejection of peer review. If his hypothesis were valid, it would need to be tested, scrutinized, and replicated in the scientific community. Since he has not passed this process, it holds no weight compared to the consensus-backed research. JJ 7000 stance demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how knowledge is established. The scientific consensus is not just another opinion, it is the result of a self-correcting, evidence-based process. Equating a personal hypothesis to decades of rigorous research without credible evidence is intellectually dishonest. The first major flaw in 7000's argument lies in the sources he presents. He cites a variety of books and journals seemingly to support his claim. However, when we attempt to verify these sources, we find that many either do not exist or cannot be accessed through any reputable academic or scholarly platform. This is a classic example of intellectual dishonesty, an attempt to bolster a weak argument by fabricating credible references. In any scholarly debate or credible debate, sources must be verifiable and reputable. If anyone presents sources that cannot be confirmed or traced back to legitimate publication, it casts doubt on the entire argument. It is essential that we hold ourselves to rigorous standards of evidence. A credible source should be easily accessible in academic databases, published by reputable publishers, and subject to peer review. If those criteria aren't met, then the claims relying on these sources cannot be trusted. And I challenge you, JJ, to produce the sources, to provide proof of their legitimacy, or to direct us where we can access them. Until then, these claims stand as nothing more than
10 minutes, said 10 minutes.
To deceive. This tactic is not uncommon in pseudoscientific or fringe theories, mind you. When the actual evidence fails to support their positions, those promoting these ideas often resort to this kind of misleading behavior. Without the backing of credible sources, these claims hold no weight. Let's take a deeper look into the specific sources that have been cited. I personally searched many of these titles provided by JJ, and time again, they lead to nowhere. These references either do not exist, are incorrectly cited, or do not support the claim they are supposed to substantiate. This is intellectual dishonesty at its worst. It is a deliberate attempt to create the illusion of legitimate scholarship while distracting the audience from the fact that there is no real evidence backing claims. In any genuine academic setting, these references should be traceable. If a researcher claims that a paper, article, or book exists, it should be possible to locate it through academic databases like JSTOR, Google Scholar, or through university libraries. If these sources can be found, they should be considered fraudulent. The use of these fictitious references not only undermine the credibility of JJ's argument, but also mislead those who are not equipped to check the validity of these claims. Real academic sources are published in peer-reviewed journals, books of reputable academic publishers, or included in verifiable sources. If these sources cannot be found, they should be dismissed immediately as part of a pseudo-academic narrative designed to create the illusion of legitimacy. Many of the journals and years, for example, Science, American Journal, and these are the sources I took off JJ's Facebook page, Journal of Human Genetics, Nature, Human Genetics, are indeed credible, but I cannot find any evidence of these specific studies were published by those institutions. African Genetics, Legacy in the Americas, watch the title, it's good, and Ancient DNA Reviews African Presence in the Americas, 2019. I was unable to find any records or references of these specific studies in prominent academic journals or databases like Google Scholar or PubMed. It is highly unusual for major universities like Harvard to publish studies in Science or American Journal of Human Genetics without a clear, traceable record of their existence. The same, Oxford University. Look at the title again, African Origins in the American Population, 2017. Look at this one, Ancient DNA. You see a pattern? And the Peopling of the Americas, 2018. Similarly to the previous Harvard reference, these studies cannot be found in major academic databases. And journal. I did a search and couldn't locate them. Oxford is a reputable institution, and their work is usually highly cited. So the fact that these publications, the lack of these publications in accessible databases is a red flag. University of Cambridge, African Genetic Influence in the Americas, 2016, and Ancient DNA and the Origins of the American Population, 2019. Again, these sources also do not appear in any accessible academic databases or journals. Given its high visibility of Cambridge research, it is odd that these specific studies are not listed or indexed. University of Berkeley, African Genetic Legacy in Americas, 2017. Ancient DNA Reveals African Presence in the Americas, 2019. Similarly, no verifiable record or academic citation for these studies exist in any major journals or repositories. To boost the claim further, let's examine the broader pattern of pseudoscientific arguments in which fabricated sources are commonly used. This is not the first time that false or unverifiable references have been relied upon in fringe theories, from ancient astronaut theories to alternative historical claims. The tactic is employed by those who wish to present themselves as legitimate experts without actually providing legitimate evidence. By presenting fabricated sources, Mandinka Mali is exploiting a common logical fallacy, the appeal to authority. This fallacy occurs when someone cites the name of an authoritative figure or a seemingly legitimate source in order to make their argument appear credible. The hope that by listing names and titles that sound legitimate, the argument itself will seem valid. However, as we all know, authority in science isn't about naming famous people or prestigious titles. Authority is about the strength of evidence and the methodology behind the claims being made. In a genuine academic discourse, it is not the name of the research that matters, but the integrity of their research, their peer-reviewed publications, and the evidence that supports their conclusion. By relying on unverified sources and misusing scholarly names, Mandinka is attempting to manipulate the audience trust, assuming that most people won't investigate the authenticity of the references. But we know better. We understand that authority in science isn't about citing respect names, but about presenting rigorous, verifiable, and repeatable evidence. And without this, the argument falls.
4 minutes, Sam. 4 minutes. My apologies for missing that 5-minute mark.
Employing the authority fallacy can be seen across a wide range of pseudoscience. It is a tool to divert attention from the lack of actual proof, hoping to convince people to the superficial appearance of expertise. But as we've shown, when we dig deeper and examine the sources, we find that there is nothing but empty shell designed to mislead. At this point, JJ's argument is completely crumbled under the weight of reality. Once I've exposed the laughable claim that there's no evidence for Columbus' presence in the Americas, obliterating it with primary sources, historical consensus, and physical evidence. Rather than acknowledging his failure, what does he do? He pulled the classic Frost move by shifting the burden of proof and fabricating sources. Let's be absolutely clear. 7,000 is not just wrong, he's actively dishonest. He throws out made-up genetic evidence without a single verifiable study, expecting everyone to just take his word for it. But science doesn't work that way, JJ, and neither does history. If we had real genetic proof of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas, it would be published in peer-reviewed journals, not in fringe blogs or cherry-picked pseudoscience. Where are these studies, JJ? Where's the verifiable evidence? Nowhere, because it doesn't exist. Let's talk about his outright fabrication of sources. This is what separates ignorance from intellectual fraud. He's not just misinformed. He's deliberately presenting false information, hoping nobody checks. But I did. His sources are either non-existent, misrepresented, or outright distorted from real studies that do not support his claim. This is academic. It's honesty at its finest. Shifting the burden of proof is the last refuge of a failed argument. He cannot prove his nonsense, so he demands I disprove instead. But that's not how logic works. If I claim aliens built a
2 minutes
to provide evidence, not demand everyone else to be wrong. The same applies here, JJ. He made a claim. He has failed to substantiate it. So let's call it what it is. JJ 7000 is a fraud. His arguments are based, his sources are fake, and his understanding of both history and science is an embarrassment. At this point, his only option is to double down on nonsense or to finally admit he's out of it. Either way, he's already lost. With that, I yield the floor.
All right, you got 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Are you sure you want to yield?
Yeah. Let's see how JJ climbs himself out of that hole. I yield my floor. I yield.
Oh.
All right. Man, that was a long ass round. That was like 30 minutes. Bro, that was long. Okay. So, I know that 75% of what Cedric argued in that round was irrelevant to the debate topic. That means that I'm going to focus on the 25% that's related to the topic. Now, because 75% of the argument was made for JJ and JJ misusage of sources and JJ not being able to provide evidence and JJ, I'm not finna go over that. You fucked all the way up with that. However, the beginning of your round is the strength of your argument for this round. The problem is if you're on a panel with judges and you finished on the opposite side of how you started, they're going to judge you on your bullshit. Cedric, they didn't forget what the fuck you said in the first 5 minutes of your round, bro. Let me help you out. You brought up Columbus' existence. You focused on proving that Columbus was a person. You argued for the authenticity of Columbus's journals and other writings that were important during that time. You also brought up Columbus's chroniclers, as well as his doctor, whatever the case may be, that was keeping up with people's health and things of that nature. That was a great point, right? That was a great point in establishing Columbus. But does that show that he beat the Africans to America? Was he here before them? Remember the debate topic. Stay on the debate topic. Formulate your research questions according to the debate topic. How do you plan on answering those research questions? Round by round is the purpose of your slides. Your slides should be answering the intricate pieces of the overall question. So your first 5 minutes, you talk about this evidence-based material, but you didn't show us any of the evidence-based material. You talked about the genetic evidence and studies, but you didn't show us the genetic evidence or the studies. You could have gave us a little bit of the abstract or the whole abstract. Or you could have told us who was involved in the studies, and you could have gave us a little bit of that methodology. Yes, you referred to the studies. You showed the links in the descriptions. You also had 2 wiki links up there for source material. But you could have provided the evidence that says, look, JJ, this is how these black people are not in Americas according to these genetic studies. Because when I went on your Facebook page and pulled your information off your Facebook page to cross-reference it and substantiate how you arrived at your conclusion based on the data you collected, none of that matched these particular scientifically based articles that actually went through scrutiny, made it through publishing, and that we had a consensus on according to the data presented. And that data is X, Y, and Z. Had you made the argument like that, you now put him in your crosshairs of elimination. But it was not the case. You merely forgot that part of the argument. You're on defense when you should be on offense. Because you set the stage when you said you're strengthening Columbus's existence. Great job. You did that. Now that you can strengthen the validity of his documents, you're doing that. Now you're comparing, right? You're comparing genetic evidence to what the scientists, the real data is what you're arguing versus AJ's fake data, because you're saying a lot of his pages was unsupported and made up mumbo jumbo. So you're comparing the scientific data against each other, and it comes to your conclusion that you found his premise and argument faulty based on X, Y, and Z due to scholarship that's presented to us that says X, Y, and Z. Asar has been saying this shit for years. I'm going to say it one more time. Demonstration beats conversation. 25% of your argument, you was on par, and then you got off track and you got off the research question. And the other 15 minutes of this shit is a shit show. Because you made it about JJ. Bro, you spent more time attacking JJ and his non-information than strengthening your argument for the existence of Columbus being in the Americas before these Africans. Now you are about to put me through one of the most horrific moments in my life. As soon as I press play, because I got 20 minutes of this shit, and you could have ended it at the introduction in the first 10 minutes. This review would be over. It would be over. Literally, bro. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I have a wealth of material in the description of this show. If you would go in the description of the video, you're going to see a bunch of source material that you can access. There are some material that you're not going to be able to access that I didn't add to this because there are articles that I have in my file and I just couldn't upload it, but I may share those with you. And a lot of that is about Columbus writings and other things that were provided to us that we actually can go through and scrutinize if we have the time. But yeah, that type shit. But Cedric, you dropped the ball the other 75% of your round, bro. I wrote it all down. You mentioned, but you did not demonstrate. You mentioned, but you did not show. I just kept writing that shit down. You did a lot of arguing for Columbus. But did he come before the Africans? And the next time you want to use JJ, bro, clip his ass up and play his claim in your presentation. If you play his claim in your presentation and then you address his claim, guess what you do? You force the judge's hands. They will immediately, I repeat, immediately vote in your favor because you allowed JJ to run his mouth and then you refuted his claim with evidence. Not you just talking or saying what this is supposed to say or what this link is referring to by showing the goddamn evidence in the link that you had up on the screen. You didn't show us that. I keep saying that. All right, y'all, here we go. Grab you a beer, a blunt, whatever your drug of choice is, grab it. If you're hungry, go get you some chips on the snack on or make you a sandwich. We are about to go on a fucking ride.
All right. And brother, I apologize for getting the 4-minute mark instead of the 5-minute mark.
I'm a professional.
My brother. Shout out to Cedric for a powerful opening round. Let me reset the timer. We're going to get ready for the legendary Mandinka Molly. Mandinka, time will start when you start. Let me know if you should.
Oh, real quick. So to answer the person in the chat that's asking me a question, and I hate to do this to stop JJ. This is the first round. That was Cedric's first round. There was an introduction 10 minutes before that. This format is you should agree to that. You should agree to 10-minute rounds, 3 10-minute rounds. It don't take an hour for each of y'all to argue this subject matter because y'all ain't even showing no goddamn evidence. JJ ain't showed nothing. You ain't showed nothing. Y'all both got slides. Y'all slides got a lot of shit on there. Y'all slides is saying something, but it lacks evidence. Then so that's what it is. Like we haven't seen any evidence of anything, either way it goes. So JJ hasn't presented a time period for which they showed up yet. But let's just see. Jarrell said them boys just preaching pretty much.
Turn your screen. Shout out to Naga in the building. I see King Naga. I see Stack Matt. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Appreciate y'all support. I see Sid and the Mandinka bringing them out tonight. We got 63 people in the building. Shout out to my social media champ, Doctor, the good Doctor Too Sweet in the building. I think I saw my world champ, the undefeated, undisputed, distinguished world champ Pandemus in the building. My brother Eric Graham in the building as well. Shout out to everybody.
Hey, we got name mama in the building tonight, man. Hit the like, share, and subscribe button. Get your pen and paper. We learning tonight.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to my brother Nobody from Trust and Believe the Gospel. Can't forget about my brother. Man, dude, let me know when you're sharing your screen, bro. Unmute your mic as well, because if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Here we go again. Fucking technical problems every fucking round. This fucking guy.
I apologize. I'm trying to get my point back. Hold up.
What the fuck? Why is it down? Leave your shit up.
Windows.
Let me change my sheet of paper. God, this nigga, bro.
I apologize for that part.
No, you don't apologize because you keep doing the dumb shit. Fucking apologize. You ain't fucking sorry.
All right, while we waiting on our brother, I'm gonna do what he suggested the first time and go to a commercial break. Never mind. See, I said commercial break, that PowerPoint come up. See? All right, brother, your screen is sharing. Time to start when you start. Shout out to MVP Chris Harris. I think I saw him in the building.
Here we go.
Time will start when you start, my brother. Unmute mic.
Hold on. So before I let JJ go, just real brief. And I know you listening, JJ, and it's killing you to not comment in the chat. You probably can't comment in the chat because we got your ass blocked probably. Go back to your research questions. Remind the people of what you're getting ready to do and walk us into your argument. I don't like you. I think you're a piece of shit. I think you don't belong in the community because you put your hands on women. You're a woman beater. You got charges for it. I'm just being real. But I will still give your stupid ass a proper critique unbiasedly because I see that someone has influenced you to change the way you try to argue. And you ain't gonna give me credit for it. And that's cool. But the mere fact that you're trying to switch the flow. Now, in order for you to be strong, in order for you to present information, you have to give the people the purpose of this round. That's all. So far, I mean, you know, as far as it comes to presenting information that they have on their slides, Cedric has done a far better job. But that ain't the purpose. That ain't the reason why we're here.
Yeah, hey, I'm ready. Hey, you can just believe I ain't gonna run out the building. You can believe that.
Best believe the legendary Mandinka Mali ain't ready.
Right. I ain't never ran from a debate. Hold up, man. Once I get it going, hold up. Is that my fault?
Time start when you start, bro.
Like he ain't never had no technical problem in the debate. He ran from the whole show, y'all. We know who he is. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all see this? He see my screen? All right. Now, see, he came up here. So, like I say, his job is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus. You sitting up here arguing sources that I didn't even bring up.
Hold on. What? His job is to what's his job? Is to prove Christopher Columbus came before Columbus? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Oh, JJ, say that shit again.
Best believe the legendary Mandinka Mali ain't running.
Right. I ain't never ran from a debate. Hold up, man. Once I get it going, it's on. Hold up. Is that my fault?
Time start when you start, bro.
Like he ain't never had no technical problem debate. He ran from the whole show, y'all. We know who he is. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all see this? He see my screen? All right. Now, see, he came up here. So, like I say, his job is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus. He's up here arguing.
Yo, the debate over. The debate over. Yo, the debate is over. What are we here for? Yo, this shit over. This shit is over. This is over. Is over. The debate ended. He ended the debate in 2 seconds. Yo, it's over. Come on, man. Cedric, for real? Bro. Hey, listen. I ain't the only thing that's funny.
What up? Is that my fault?
Time start when you start, bro.
Like he ain't had no technical problem in the debate. He ran from the whole show, y'all. We know who he is. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all see this? He see my screen?
Time starts.
All right. Now, see, he came up here. So, like I say, his job is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas for Columbus. You sit up here arguing sources that I didn't even bring up.
JJ, you didn't bring up a source that said Christopher Columbus came before Columbus. Which Columbus you talking about? Is Christopher Columbus different from Columbus? I'm trying to figure that part out. I'm stuck. Is Christopher Columbus different than Columbus? You are so invested in trying to attack Cedric that you uttered the dumbest shit, and then you didn't even correct yourself. You didn't even say, excuse me, y'all. I mean, did Africans come to the Americas before Columbus? That's the title of the debate. I ain't even in the debate, but I know the fucking title. You have got to slow down. You got to slow down, boy. So far, see, we can't even. All right, I got you. One more time. I got you. All right, hold up.
You see my screen?
Time starts.
All right. Now, see, he came up here. So, like I say, his job is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus. You sit up here arguing sources that I didn't even bring up.
Hey, he said that shit with such confidence. He said it with such vigor. He was, you know what I'm saying? Like he was just 1000% right. This motherfucker strong and wrong. Strong and wrong. Like that bro said, Christopher Columbus came before Columbus. Can't make this shit up. That need to be on a blooper reel or some shit. And none of the judges had nothing to say. Y'all probably didn't even hear that shit.
What up? Is that my fault?
Time starts, bro.
Like he ain't never had no technical problem in the debate. He ran from the whole show, y'all. We know who he is. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all see this? He see my screen?
Time starts.
All right. Now, see, he came up here. So, like I say, his job is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus. You sit up here arguing sources that I didn't even bring up. Now,
okay, JJ, mandate, I stopped your time at 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Listen, I stopped your time at 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Is it any way you can make your screen bigger? Like go to where it says.
How about that?
There you go. All right. That's a lot better. All right, time to start when you're ready.
All right, man. I'm sorry y'all had to sit through that 20 minutes of just rambling. I'm fake. You got my sources. Man, bro, you ain't did nothing, bro. You ain't taught the audience nothing. Hey, look, Columbus, I'm not going to spend too much time on Columbus because I'm going to get into my information. Now, the lack of primary accounts of Christopher Columbus himself has led many scholars to question the accuracy of the existing accounts. Where's your primaries for that? To reevaluate the traditional narrative of Columbus' life and voyages. Some of the challenges of reconstructing Columbus' life and voyages include, look at this, y'all, limited sources. As mentioned earlier, there is no primary account from Columbus himself. Cedric, show it to us. And many of the secondary sources are incomplete. Like he said, there's a fraction of this and that. Incomplete and biased or accurate. We're dealing with biased narratives. Many of the accounts of Columbus' life and voyages were written by people who have a vested interest in promoting a particular narrative or agenda. That's that pseudoscientific racist agenda that Cedric promotes. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. All right, hold up. Let me make it small so y'all can read. I want to get to my information. I'm gonna get to look. Here go one of the documents you need to deal with right here. Hold up, man. Hold up. Okay, yeah. Okay, like I said, there are no primary source for Columbus himself that can be verified. How can we trust secondary sources that are written decades and centuries after Columbus voyages, y'all? This just didn't happen just right after. Centuries after he so-called walked this earth or whatever. Why did Columbus not leave behind any written records of his voyages? We cannot find them. Why do different accounts of Columbus voyages contain conflicting information? See, I'm rebuttaling your information, sir, about Columbus, and I'm gonna get into mine, something that you didn't do. How can we reconcile the differences between dates and times provided in various sources? Why do some accounts describe Columbus as a hero while others portray him as a ruthless conqueror? Lack of archaeological evidence. Why is no definitive archaeological evidence been found to support the traditional narrative of Columbus voyages? I want to hear you pass. What role did the Catholic Church play in promoting Columbus myth? Why did Spanish monarchs support Columbus voyages, and why did they hope to gain? See, this dude is up here promoting this Columbus myth. Now let me get you my information, man. Let me get you my information. I ain't got time. It's your job to prove something for him, not me. When you gonna prove it? I'm already disproving. Show us some validity. Let me see where I want to start. Let me see where I want to start to bust this dude head, man. Come here to play with you. Anybody else out there that's looking around? Huh? Hold on, let me get to it. Hold up. Where we gonna start? Let's start up in here. Hold up. Let me get to where I want to start. All right. Now, we're gonna skip that part. We're gonna start right here.
Do you need stopping time?
Yeah, stop my time so I get right to where I need to get to.
All right, time is stopped at 16 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay, cool. Hold up. So once I go, you get trouble, sir. All right, let's start right here. All right, let's start right here. No, I'm gonna start right there. All right, let's start right here. Yeah, let's start right here. Not my time. See, what I'm bringing to the table, man, I'm bringing science to the table. I'm bringing geochemical analysis. See, it confirmed African mineral origins in pre-Columbian weapons and metals. I'm talking about copper from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia, brass from Morocco and out here way before any European weapons ever found in the United States. Iron, Nigerian, and can somebody mute their mic, please? Nigeria and Ghana. See, sources, peer-reviewed Journal of Archaeological Science, Latin American Antiquity, academic books that came from before Columbus, American presence in early America, institutional reports from the Smithsonian, National Geographic, USGS. All right, let's keep going, bro. Let's keep going. Now, this is my side. When are you going to present your side? Huh? Here goes the summary. Pre-Columbian African presence in America is confirmed. Sickle cell genes found in ancient American remains, training back to African origins. This is what I'm bringing. African anchors discovered in Caribbean waters, dated back to 12,000, 1400 CE, matching Mali Empire designs. African weapons found in pre-Columbian American sites, including the Ikula knives from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. How about this, y'all? The Ngomi Ngulu sickle blades from the Democratic Republic of Congo. All these are verified. The Berber daggers were found here in these lands before 1492. You ain't gonna find no European weapons over here before 1492. You ain't. You need to get in front of us and prove that this European presence, this European established, made genetic marker over Africans who made their genetic marker here first. Now you got to go to these Italians because you said Christopher Columbus is Italian. I got his marker right here. It ain't nowhere to be found. Early. Let's keep going. Geochemical analysis confirmed African mineral origins in pre-Columbian weapons and metals. Let's keep going, man. Pre-Columbian African presence in America is supported by genetic, archaeological, and geochemical evidence. Traditional narratives of Columbus' discovery of America. Let's keep going. Yeah, validation and methodology as science method. Reproducibility. See, I'm going to show you the methods they use, sir, which you have failed to do. You ain't even showed us anything. Results verified by multiple laboratories. Yes, Harvard University Geochemical Laboratory. You didn't. I guess you didn't go look that up, did you? You bring up sources. I ain't even bringing this debate. I want y'all to document that. The University of Oxford. Y'all better help them out. Isotope Laboratories, U.S. Geological Survey, USGS Laboratories, Data Quality Control Precision plus 2.5% of elements concentrates, isotope ratios, accuracies, 5 to 10%. Let's keep going, man. Keep going. The scientific method steps, observation, pre-Columbian weapons were unknown with unknown mineral origins. The question, did minerals originate from Africa? Hypothesis, yes. Geochemical analysis will reveal African mineral signatures. Prediction, African geochemical fingerprints will match weapon samples. Experimentation, geochemical analysis of weapon samples, analysis, comparison with African geological samples, and database. I'm showing you the methods. He ain't showing you nothing. Show us the scientific methodology the scientists use to study Christopher Columbus' bones and his extraction, his DNA. First of all, you have to go to 3 different grave sites, pick which one, and all of them is inconclusive. Well, this ain't even about even resistance. You can't even prove where the ships is, the Nina, the Pina, and the Serena. Like you said, them should be in museums. Let's keep it going, man. Experimentation, geochemical analysis of weapon samples. This was used. The conclusion, African origins confirm a pre-Columbian weapons and minerals. Let's keep going, man. Look at this. Now I'm finna really bust your goddamn head. I'm finna hit you with a 40 clip. Look at this. Weapons. Obsidian swords were found. Geochemical systems max obsidian deposits from where? Ethiopia and Eritrea. Minimal compensation, 70%, 50% ALO 203. Geochemical analysis. You're seeing all the results. Look at the results, y'all. The match is 95% with African obsidian copper daggers. Excuse me. Copper daggers also found in Peru. Geochemical signatures. He don't know nothing about no geochemical signatures. Match copper deposits in the Democratic Republic. Match the copper deposits in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia. Look at this, y'all. 92% match. African copper. How you gonna debunk this? Iron spearheads. Geochemical iron deposits in Nigeria and Ghana. 80% match with African iron. How they just pop up over there? Huh? Look, terracotta figurines in Ecuador. Geochemical signatures match. Clay, the clay deposits, sir, in Mali and Ghana. He ain't bringing nothing. You gonna get in front of me with this nonsense, bro? All you did is bring in definitions. Look, now I'm gonna hit you with a 40 piece. Now I'm gonna hit you. Look, here go 40 bullet points. Look, weapons and tools. Obsidian swords, African origin confirmed. Copper daggers in Peru, African origin confirmed. Iron spearheads in Brazil, African origin confirmed. Bronze axe in Colombia, again, African origin confirmed. Wood spears and metal tips, Ecuador, African origin confirmed. Slingshots with African style stones. They did all the research on these. Harpoons with bone points. What are he bringing to the table to verify any artifacts, any DNA of Christopher Columbus being here before Africans? Don't talk about what you bringing up a source of reference I never brought to this debate. You already lost. Look at it. Fishing hooks with plants and fibers in Mexico. Ceremonial knives with ivory handles, Peru. War clubs I'm bringing to this debate with a stone on top of your head from Brazil. Let's keep going, man. I don't know what he got in the ring with me for. Look at this. Confirmed. Now we're gonna do the woods, plants, and materials, ebony wood carvings, African blood musical instruments, rosewood figurines, mahogany canoes. You got to debunk all that, sir. You ain't
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
10 minutes, good. Look, terracotta figurines, clay pipes. Hold on, let me keep going. Let me keep going, bro. You got a lot to deal with, sir. Huh? How about the textiles, foods, coins, jewelry, shoes? All this is tested and before 1492, and they all have an African origin. Cotton fabrics, indigo dyed textiles, leather sandals, domesticated Guinean fowl, navigation tools. Bro, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Huh? You want to counter? Oh, look, you want to say, oh, your testing methods are flawed? Well, guess what? The rebuttal. We use methods of SRF, the SEM-EDS, DNA analysis, sir, verified by peer-reviewed journals and labs. Here's another of your counters that you might come out your goddamn own mouth. Sample size is too small. But guess what? I already prepared rebuttal. We analyzed 400 samples across 40 categories, exceeding standard archaeological sample sizing. You got another counter that you might say contamination could have occurred? Well, guess what, sir? We followed the strict protocols to prevent contamination, including glove use and equipment. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going, bro. You got a lot of questions to answer, sir. That's what you got to deal with. You ain't brought us nothing about no goddamn Christopher Columbus doing anything. How about this? Counter dating methods were inaccurate. Well, the rebuttal is we use multiple methods, radiocarbon, thermolucents, to cross-validate results. Counter, your labs lack proper accreditation. Rebuttal, our labs are accredited by international bodies, A2LA, ISO 17025. Let's keep going, man, because I got so much to bring out today, man. Yeah, man. This dude ain't brought us nothing. Look at this. Counter, African presidents is impossible due to ocean currents. Rebuttal, historical records and model experiments, African vessels could cross oceans, which he want to try to take away from us, you know? Let's see what else. Oh, yeah. Testing methods. Okay, hold up. Let's keep going. Let's see. What we got here? Yeah, look at this, y'all. 20 points to express how European settlements came to Americas. Look at this. Indigenous Americans arrived 15,000 to 20,000 years ago via land bridge from Asia. Africans like 2,000 to 3,000 years ago via transatlantic migration and trade. That's a very important word to listen to because Cedric wants you to believe that we only got here through slavery. Look at this. Europeans arrived 500 to 600 years via Columbus in 1492. Look, we got 2,000, 3,000 years ago, we got documented evidence. But these Eurocentrics want to try to discredit that. They're perpetuating the myth of the pseudo-scientific racist ideology that Christopher Columbus discovered everything. Look at this. Delayed Europeans were latecomers to the Americas compared to indigenous Americans and Africans. European settlements was delayed due to various factors, including the Black Death, the Crusades, and lack of maritime technology. When are you going to show that the maritime technology and show that they was more advanced than Africans? Bring that to the table. You're up here getting dog walks. How about this, man? Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And then, okay, we'll see. Let's read this. Okay, I read that. Hold up. Let's keep going. Look, the legacy of the late European settlement. This is what he up here defending, y'all. The legacy of the late European settlement continues to impact the lives of indigenous Americans and Africans descendant communities. Historical trauma and ongoing disparities persist in areas like education, healthcare, economic opportunity. Just a little fun fact to let you know what I'm dealing with when he gets in front of me with this goddamn nonsense. Excuse my language. Now, acknowledging the late arrival of European settlement is crucial to understand the complex history of the Americas. Let's keep going, man, because I got a lot. I got a lot for you, sir. I got a lot. Hold up. Keep going. What we got here? Wait till I really break this down. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. Use astronomical instruments. Africans use astronomical instruments such as the astrolabe to measure the position of stars and planets. These Europeans understand that. How can they have beat us here? They also use a kamal, a navigational instrument used to measure the altitude of the suns and the stars. What else we got? Look, navigation by the stars. They didn't understand that. Africans navigated by the stars using the position of the constellations and determine their direction and location. Cedric, show us these Europeans using this type of knowledge before Africans. You won't be able to do it. You won't.
5 minutes, AJ. 5 minutes.
They knew the patterns of the stars. Europeans did not. And they used them to navigate across the ocean. Remember, there ain't no clear-cut, conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus did this first, and there's no clear-cut evidence that Africa. So I got to present a case. Let y'all decide. What is he doing? Where has he presented the case? He's up running his mouth, being Eurocentric. That's what he's doing. Now look, we understood the ocean currents. Africans had a deep understanding of ocean currents, and they used them to their advantage to navigate. They knew how to read the signs of the ocean. They used it to predict the changes of weather and currents. Let's keep going, man. They exchanged goods, ideas, and culture. How far-fetched is it harder for that to believe with other cultures? Christopher Columbus taught us everything? Come on, bro. Look at this. African maritime explorers. African maritime explorers is Abakari II. Now, he will believe a Christopher Columbus voyage and an oral tale or tradition, but he comes against the Black African tale of us coming over here for some reason. So let's just throw both of them stories, as far as the myth and the tale, and let's get down to the information backing these stories up. Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? I haven't seen you bring anything but complain about sources that I never even brought because I didn't go yet. Think about that, y'all. Now, they explored the coastlines of Africa and beyond, establishing trade routes and cultural networks. I hope y'all paying attention, judges. So who's connecting? Who's bringing the story? Who's trying to show a valid point of their case? Cedric has failed to do that. The legacy of the African maritime culture. The legacy of the African maritime culture can be seen in many African diasporic communities around the world. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next one. He ain't done that. He ain't showing no haplogroup. I'm going to go all that. All that. Let's see. Here go 30 bullet points to highlight the late development of European navigation. They Johnny come lately, man. Look at this, y'all. Europeans had limited maritime experience before the 15th century. They had not undertaken significant oceanic voyages. Oh, that guy who came prepared, Mr. MVP. Their maritime trade was largely confined in the Mediterranean until the 15th century. They'll call you to go. Look. Of advanced navigation techniques. Europeans lacked advanced navigation techniques such as celestial navigation. They knew nothing about it, y'all. These Europeans knew nothing about it. Remember, the boy had to go over there and tell them to wash their ass and brush their teeth, which was developed by other civilizations. They Johnny come lately. They relied on dead reckoning and pilotage, which is a less accurate method. And you telling me they came here first? Look at this, y'all. Two minutes. Look at this, y'all. Limited understanding of the ocean. Europeans had limited understanding of the ocean. They did not understand the patterns and currents, winds and waves. They did not have enough thorough knowledge of the tide, with the navigation even more challenging. What else we got? You said I got 2 minutes? Let me keep going. Look at this, y'all. They had no concept of latitude and longitude. Europeans not having concept of latitude or longitude until the 15th century. We see no evidence of them until after colonization. Why is that? But we see evidence of other cultures over here way before them, particularly Africans. And he want to come up here and try to talk absolute, ain't even built the case. Look at this. Europeans didn't have no concept of latitude and longitude. They didn't understand concept of declination, which made navigation even more challenging. We understood that. Limited the use of navigational instruments. Europeans had limited access to navigational instruments such as an astrolabe, which was introduced from the Middle East. They did not know how to use this tool for navigation until the 15th century. Man, come on, bro. When is he gonna get on here and show us something? But when this guy got over here, huh? Look, no concept of the Canary Currents. Europeans did not have a concept of Canary Currents. You see all the different stuff, bro? Judges, I want y'all to recognize that, which made navigation across the Atlantic even more challenging. They didn't understand the patterns of the Canary Current, which made navigation even more challenging. I'm attacking Christopher Columbus because the name of this debate is, did Christopher Columbus, that's his name, come to the America for Africans? Has he shown us any proof? Has he presented any proof, any primaries? There are no primary accounts of Christopher Columbus writing anything. There's no logs. There's no ship logs. There's no goddamn proof of where he's buried. They got him 3 different goddamn places. Where is he buried?
That is time. That is time.
Oh, shit. Man, I thought that shit was never going to be over. I got something, man. Listen, bro. Listen, JJ didn't show no evidence. He just got slides with shit on it. We don't know where this shit come from with all these numbers and then these things he didn't copy and paste it and put it in there. We don't know where it's from. But I do want to start where he's at because he's talking about Canary Currents. He's saying that Europeans did not have any concept of the Canary Current, which made navigation across the Atlantic challenging. That is correct. In the 15th century, Europeans developed a technology that could get them to deal with the Canary cross currents. Let me be brief. Africans had no knowledge of how to deal with the Canary currents themselves because they never went that far out into the Atlantic. I am sorry that I researched this topic for so many years that I know for a fact we have no West African documents from below Mauritania to entering into Senegal all the way down to the freaking Congolese. The whole West and Central African coastline. We have zero evidence of our ancestors ever understanding the Atlantic currents. They don't even mention the Atlantic at all. Think about all those traditions, the arts and crafts, the deities in the different spiritual systems, the how they deify shit. None of them had no knowledge of the same thing that JJ is saying Europeans had no knowledge of. So when he says currents, that doesn't benefit the Africans either. Because you didn't prove, JJ, that Africans had knowledge of the Canary currents. You said that Europeans did not have knowledge of the Canary currents until the 15th century, because you did mention 15th century earlier. And you know why you mentioned that shit? Because you've been listening to my old shit too. You've been listening to my old shit too. And I could tell, like, certain parts that you was trying to prepare yourself to have a conversation with me, but that will never happen. But the currents, because you don't understand this shit. The currents work on both sides of this argument. So that's illegitimate. That doesn't prove that the Africans came here first. That has no relevance to the research question. The next you said, let me see. You said they had no device or cutting edge technology. You said they didn't. You said the Europeans didn't have all this shit that you listed, but you didn't show any evidence for Africans having that same knowledge. Now, you said that Africans were reading stars and astrolabe and all of that shit. Do you not know how significant, even though you fucked up the pronunciation, do you not know the significance of the astrolabe in maritime travel? Like, that shows me your handicaps, because wherever you getting this shit from, it ain't even fucking helping you at all. Then you openly admit that that there's no case for Africans or Europeans, so you're making the case for Africans because you couldn't find the evidence to support African maritime travel across the Atlantic. You decided to present a case against the European maritime travels. You literally admitted that. So there's no reason to continue the debate at this point, because you really just admitted that there was no case for either or due to your ignorance. So you definitely did not understand the ocean currents outside the coastlines of West Africa, and more specifically, the cross-current winds are more dangerous near Ghana, off the Atlantic near Ghana. What's the name of the up there with the slave shit? Elmida? No. Yeah, is it? I don't know. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. But up there in Ghana, off the fucking coastline, near Senegal and all of that. That slave dungeon, right up there, right outside of there, there's a crosswinds where you can't even, your boat just goes right there and it'll just spin in circles. Not Sao Tome. Not Sao Tome. Hold on. I did a whole Elmina. I said it right. Shit. I did say that. Yeah, Elmina. Right off the coastlines of Elmina, there's crosswinds that were hella violent, and them little canoes that them Africans was taking to get to Elmina, you can't take them beyond the other side of that where those ships were, because you would lose those canoes. So JJ's whole argument is on the basis of bullshit. So let's go back. JJ started the round off with a lack of evidence, a lack of Columbus sources, according to who? He said that there was a lack of Columbus sources, but he didn't say to who though. Who said that it's a lack of Columbus sources? Because there's so much documented evidence, and there's records that have been found, and there's copies of records that have been produced, facsimiles that have been made. We have what we have and what we need. And it wasn't no person generating this shit hundreds of years later or none of that shit. So I don't even know why you even said that. You claim Columbus records was wrote centuries later, but you didn't give us a source or evidence to prove that they were written centuries later. You said this Columbus myth. What is that? We don't know what the Columbus myth is. You never defined the Columbus myth. Is the Columbus myth, is he reached the Americas before black people? Is that the myth? Or is it a myth of him even coming to the Americas, or his existence? Because you keep arguing from ignorance, and then you turn around and you prove Columbus existed, and then you argue against his existence. Then you claim science. You claim you brought science to the argument. What science did you bring to the argument? We haven't seen any data. You brought up the sickle cell gene. See, this is what you don't know about diseases. Okay? Just because you find sickle cell in the Americas, is it the same genetically? Is it the same as the sickle cell gene in Africa? The answer in short terms is no. They both have two different gene types that developed independently in those equatorial regions. And you cannot use that as a case for an African presence when a motherfucker knows for sure that there's two different gene types of this sickle cell shit. Next, you said you had African evidence for weapons, anchors, Berber daggers, all other tools that showed some African source. And then you said it says confirmed. We do not have a date of those said weaponry and tools that you said were found here. And so there's no archaeological record presented to support the evidence of you showing that all these things were here. What I'm saying to you, if you don't understand what I'm saying, is it's great that you showed that there's a list of weaponry and tools that are found in the Americas from different parts of Africa, in different parts of Mexico, Peru, etc., right? But you don't have the date. You don't have the radiocarbon dated evidence to support that these were pre-Columbus weaponry that was found from Africa. Yeah, we know that these are African, from the Congo and other regions of West Africa, but you didn't show the authenticity that they were dated before Columbus. You just only merely mentioned them to us. We're left to either believe you or not believe you because you didn't give us a source. And to be honest, the information that you brought, you can't even verify it. We can go and look and cross-reference what you're saying, and I guarantee you when we go and look and cross-reference what you're saying, we find this shit in the 16th century and on. Not when Columbus arrived in the Americas. It's going to be some 1600 dates on it. Or 15, it's going to be like 1502, 1515, 1600s. It's going to have some dates up there. It's not going to have 1492. It's not going to have 1413. It's not going to have 1305. It's not going to have 1375. It's not going to have none of that shit. It ain't going to have nothing pre-Columbus on the dating methods regarding those weapons and tools. You said that you use methods. What fucking methods did you use? You said that you were showing reproducible evidence, and there was nothing that could be reproduced in shit that you shown. You was not using the scientific method. Your evidence is not using the scientific method. You don't even understand what the fuck reproducibility means. That would have everything to do with dating. The method that is used to come to the conclusion on the dating of those weapons, the DNA analysis. You know what I'm saying? And the ships that you claimed that were African. You didn't show us African-built ships, and you didn't tell us the locations of these ships, but you turned around and said something about the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. What the fuck are you talking about, Willis? Then you brought up African geochemical analysis, but didn't show no methods or supporting information. You don't even know what the shit meant. You said something about Democrats and Republicans, but then you went back and reread that sentence because it was saying something totally different. And I said, when the fuck did Democrats and Republicans get invited to the Columbus discussion? None of the info on any of that material shown that said it's African origin provided any other data, man. I keep getting back to that point. I just because you were just going and on and on and on. So there were no dates ever found on any other material. We don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't know much from that. Your biggest claim, then you turn around, you said this shit. You said that Africans was in the Americas via the transatlantic from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. You don't find Europeans in the Americas the 500 or 600 years ago. Where the fuck is the genetic analysis and data that supports Africans being in the goddamn Americas 2,000 or 3,000 years ago? Motherfuckers didn't even know the New World existed 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. So how the fuck are they already in goddamn America? In the Americas 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and they ain't know the shit existed. You talking about they establishing trades and doing all this mumbo jumbo bullshit, Lawdo. Like you really trying to fade us right now with your bullshit, bro. What else I got for this dumbass nigga? Berber daggers. Come on. Come on, bro. How do you know the Berber dagger don't make it to the Americas from the Europeans? They trading in the Mediterranean. Where the fucking Berbers at? Which Berbers? Are you talking about the Berbers located in West Central or North Africa? Which fucking Berbers? We don't know. You just throwing shit out there thinking you just saying a whole bunch of shit, hoping that it stick. Just loud and wrong. So, as it pertains to the debate topic, JJ is arguing his round for the presence of Africans in the Americas before Columbus, but did not, I repeat, did not provide the evidence to substantiate a position based on archaeological data, genealogical data or genetic data, right? And different test sites required in order to provide accurate testing methods on said materials that he argued in the claim. And lo and behold, he wasn't even honest about the disease, the sickle cell gene, because there's two of those. If you don't believe me, look the shit up. Or better yet, you can watch Honey Clark video. She said shit in her goddamn video. Straight like that. Man. And how long this shit? Bro. All the rest of that shit talking. Back and forth. Okay. Now remember, these rounds are 20 minutes apiece. We're an hour and 13 minutes into this shit, and we've got 30 minutes on both sides. They both have 1 hour apiece. So that's 2 hours of arguing. And then they question and answers. I'm not even finna put us through the stress of listening to round 2 from Cedric and JJ. I might do a part 2 to that. But what I want to do is something more relieving here. I do not know, Craig. I am not going to the question and answer round because we just went through a whole bunch of shit by JJ and Cedric, and we need to kind of deal with some shit on a case-by-case basis. So, what I want to do here is I'm going to start with Molly. Give me a second. Let me unshare my screen. Oh, this is tough. Man, when I say this tough, this shit is tough. Hold on 1 second. Cancel the share. I gotta make so I really did this, and this is gonna be short. What I'm about to do, it's not gonna be long. So this was supposed to be an instigation to a conversation that I was supposed to have with a person who said that Molly had a Navy, right? So I want to deal with that first because that is an intricate role in quote unquote an African presence in the Americas, because somebody would have had to have the ships and the bodies to travel to the Americas knowingly. And since no other people, no other griots, no other story is mentioned, the one in Mali holds significant value, and that's the only account that we have. If people are saying that Africans from different part of West Africa was coming to the Americas, they have no written record, no evidence to substantiate it. They ain't got no internal or external sources saying the latter. So we got to deal with what we got to deal with because that is the argument. And y'all can't see shit. I hate this new look with StreamYard. All right, so y'all should be able to see that. Let me check my phone because I no longer can see the StreamYard. Let me see if y'all see that shit. Put it in the chat if you can see it. Pandema said, thank you, Sean. All right. Gullah said one. So, yeah, I mean, if Gullah can see it, everybody can see it. All right, cool. So let's go. So I'm going to hit you with an introduction, my research questions, the hypothesis, definitions, and evidence-based argument, and then the conclusion. It's just short, sweet, and direct. So, as I was tuned into Brother Chris MVP's live stream a few days ago, with some gentleman in the chat by the name of Tahuti, a Greco-Roman rendition of the remix named Jehuti, began to make assertions about Mali and its empire. I replied to his claim of them ever having a navy, and he professed that they did. Sometime after the show and the next day, Tahuti approached MVP to debate me on the subject matter. No offense to him, but he is merely a student, and for that matter, I only debate my equals. For others, I teach. This was supposed to be done on Chris' platform. So that's why it says, I'm pleased to welcome you to West Africa on behalf of the Masi warrior clan. Here's my research questions. Can y'all see it? Make sure. All right, y'all should be able to see it. So I know there's a little delay. When did Mali come to be? What type of military power was Mali? What is the definition of a navy? Are there any records of having a navy expressed in manuscripts, paintings, or figures? Where does the myth of the navy potentially come from? And my boy Poor City is live, by the way. My boy live, by the way. All right. I believe, this is my hypothesis, I believe that Mali's inception began sometime during the 11th century. And from its birth, its military power had to be created within the confines of its beginning. Given Mali's geographical location, it would be hard to say that it potentially needed a navy when its closest enemy wasn't near any water. I do not know of any accounts written by Arabs or spoken by griots that ever mention Mali having a navy. There is this one mention of sea travel during the reign of Kankan Musa, but that story only refers to how he came to power more than any naval presence. This may be how some people assume Mali had a navy. From within, I do not believe that the people of Mali built anything outside of canoes or told stories about sea travel and having to defend itself or control trade along waterways. We will not find the people of Mali painting, drawing, or creating figurines symbolizing boats. Definitions. A navy is a branch of the military that operates at sea and is responsible for naval warfare and defense. A navy is part of a country's armed forces that is trained to operate at sea. A navy is part of a country's military forces that fights at sea using ships, submarines, and airplanes. Not all of that much is known about the Empire of Mali. But what is known basically boils down to four sources. The first of these is the only eyewitness source, Battuti, a Moroccan traveler who traveled all over Afro-Eurasia and wrote the Rahila, commonly used name, full name in bibliography, as a compilation of his travels. Technically, he is the only primary source on the Empire of Mali, and he is known to embellish. Many historians think his book contains description of places he did not even visit, although it is agreed he visited Mali in 1352. Another key source is Khaldun, an intellectual based in Tanzania. While he never visited Mali, he is likely to have spoken to many people that did. He wrote the Kitab al-Ibar, full name in the bibliography, a history of North and West Africa, but also a kind of universal history about the nature of political economy and economics. I, by the way, own the books by Battuti and Khaldun and read them. The Mali Empire was established in 1240 CE to 1645 CE of West Africa and was founded by who? Sundiata Keita, the real Lion King, 1230 to 1255, following his victory over the kingdom of Soso. You will see that Soso is real close. So Sundiata centralized the government, diplomacy, and well-trained army. I'm going to say that again. Diplomacy and well-trained army permitted a massive military expansion, which would pave the way for a flourishing of a Mali empire, making it the largest yet seen in Africa. The Sudan region of West Africa, where the Mali empire would develop, had been inhabited since the Neolithic period, as evidenced by Iron Age tumuli, megaliths, and remains of abandoned villages. The Niger regularly flooded parts of this dry grassland and savanna, which provided fertile land for agriculture beginning at least 35,000 years ago. Pause. Remember, this motherfucker is saying that people from Africa was in the Americas 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. Agriculture was just sprouting up around Mali 3,500 years ago, and an endeavor greatly helped by the region's adequate annual rainfall. See, there's a problem already with the claim of any, people being in the Americas, more specifically as it pertains to Mali, because agricultural beginning only started 3,500 years ago. So you telling me 500 years passed, and next thing you know, they up and going across the water for what? And we're going to get into that. Cereals such as red-skinned African rice and millet were grown with success, as were pulses, tuber and root crops, oil and fiber plants and fruits. Fishing and cattle herding were other important sources of food, while local deposits of copper were exploited and used for trade. Similarly, gold was probably locally mined or panned and then traded, but concentrate evidence from this period is lacking. The Mali Empire, also historically referred to, the Manding Kurufaba, was an empire in West Africa that lasted from 1230 to 1600. It was the largest empire in West Africa and profoundly influenced the culture of the region through the spread of its language, laws, and customs along lands adjacent to the Niger River, as well as other areas consisting of numerous vassal kingdoms and provinces. The Malian Empire was vast and stretched east to west from the Atlantic coast to the bend of the Niger River. From north to south, it spanned from an arid sub-Sahara to the verdant forest of equatorial Africa, encompassing half of a million square miles. But peep game. Mali stretches across the Sahel and the Sahara. The Sahara means desert in the Arabic language. Sahel means shore. Both zones stretch all the way across Africa. The Sahel, with its short grasses and scrubby bushes, is the shore of the desert, the shore of a sea of sand. Do y'all get it? Do y'all get it? I'm going to repeat it one more time. Sahel means shore. Sahara means desert. The Sahel, with its short grasses and scrubby bushes, is the shore of the desert, the shore of a sea of sand. So a sea of sand, ladies and gentlemen, nothing but sand. Mali is located partly in the Sahel. Remember, Sahel means shore. Although the most productive part is in the grasslands south of the Sahel, ancient Mali stretched north into the desert and south through short wild grasslands to the edge of the forest zone. Like its political predecessors, Mali Empire proposed thanks to trade and its prime location. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mali is centered in a prime location for trade. It is situated between the rainforests of southern West Africa and the powerful Muslim caliphates of North Africa. The Niger River provided ready access to Africa's interior and the Atlantic coast, while the Berber-controlled camel caravans that crossed the Sahara Desert ensured valuable commodities came from the north. The Mali rulers had a triple income. They taxed passage of trade goods, bought goods and sold them on much higher prices, and had access to their own valuable natural resources. Significantly, the Mali Empire controlled the rich gold-bearing regions of Agalam, the Bambouk, and the Bore. One of the main trade exchanges was gold dust for salt from the Sahara. Gold was in particular demand from European powers like Castile in Spain and Venice, and Genoa in Italy, where coinage as well as now being minted in a precious metal. Mali's wealth depended on its resources and its ability to facilitate their trade. The empire's position along the Niger River basin situated it at the crossroads of several major trans-Saharan trade routes. So if Mali is centered in a perfect zone and region where it was at the crossroads of the major trans-Saharan trade routes, why in the hell are they going west to trade in a place that they don't even know existed? You control the fucking trade market in West Africa. Mali rose to power because of its central location. Everybody gotta come through Mali. You want the goods? Mali got the dope. You gotta come see the Malians to get the good dope. The dope, we gonna get into what that dope is. Mele, the capital city, was named meant where the kings lives, and from which the name Mali was derived, was known as the terminus for caravans from Maghreb, Ifriqiya, and Egypt. Contemporary writers marveled at its flourishing markets and observed that the goods are brought there from every quarter of Africa. So every quarter of Africa was coming through Mali. Why are they going to see some goddamn Indians? If we at the centerpiece of the economic prowess, we're controlling trade in Africa. Why are we going to leave what we're controlling to go to the Americas for what? We don't even know what exists out there, bro. Why the fuck is we getting it? We going to uncharted waters. What would be our interest when we're the capital of trade? We're the epicenter for trade. Three of the most important commodities along these routes and under Malian control. Here is the dope, ladies and gentlemen. The Malians controlled salt, gold, and the cola nut. Salt was mined in the north at Tagaza and was carried in the form of large tablets on the back of camels across the desert. So they wasn't on no fucking canoes. They wasn't on no ships with none of that. They are bringing salt on camels' backs. Gold was mined in abundance in the south at Bamboo, then the source of approximately half the world's gold supply was in Mali. The cola grew in the nearby forest of Akan. Of the three, salt and gold were the most significant and best remembered. Their allure had catalyzed the development of the empire itself. Malian authority was established through the migration of the Malinke, also called the Mandinka, who moved west in search of salt and gold. So they moved searching for salt and gold. Why the fuck are they gonna leave? Ancient Mali was located astride of one of the world's most lucrative trade routes. Modern Mali is not camels. You see the camels with the salt on it, known as the ships. I'm going to say this again. Listen to this. Modern Mali is not. Camels, known as the ships of the desert. Motherfuckers talking about they built ships to go to America. Hell the fuck no. The only ships they knew was the camels in the Sahara. They load them camels up with them big old blocks of salt and walk it out. The camels carry salt from the northern mines in the desert to be traded for gold and other goods such as cola nuts and grain from the southern part of Mali Empire. Got to love these facts. Ancient Mali was located astride of one of the world's most lucrative trade routes. Modern Mali is not. Camels, known as the ships of the desert, carried. I have to repeat this shit over, ladies and gentlemen. They are getting money here. Mali has a long and rich tradition of music, poetry, pottery, jewelry, and storytelling. However, the years between Musa's ascension and his death saw the peak of the Malian Empire, whether measured in cultural production, material wealth, or the vastness of territory. Musa's story, marked by his ability to construct an imperial narrative, his gift for institution building, his management strategies, his extraordinary knack for public image, is one of the sheds light on the medieval Africa and on the hemispheric balance of power and on the art of nation building itself. The cultural legacy of the Malian Empire, though obscured and displaced, survives to this day. Why would anyone in the empire have an interest west? Mali, Navy? Mali is landlocked. One more time. Mali is landlocked. So where the fuck are their ships? They're landlocked and has no navy or discernible riverine force. The Niger River Delta is located in the Mopti region of central Mali. Again, Mali, officially the Republic of Mali, is a huge landlocked nation in West Africa that's about 2/3 desert. 2/3 of Mali is desert. Look at it on the screen. It ain't nowhere near the Atlantic, even though its influence as an empire expanded beyond its borders as a country does not extend beyond. Again, here is Mali on a freaking map. Where is Mali touch the Atlantic? So I'm going to say this one more time. And this is in regard to the story of Mansa Musa's story. If people from Mali was traveling to the Americas, and the central part, which is yellow, where the name Mali is where basically business booms in that yellow part, which is what they can trade. So they can deal with North Africa, East Africa, Central and West, and other parts of West Africa. Listen to me closely. Did they cross through Mauritania and then down in Senegal? Which route did they take from Mali to reach the Atlantic? By foot? Or were they riding camels? And then where the hell did they store the ship? And how the ships look? You're talking about 2,000 ships to come to the Americas? Where they at? That was made by these Africans. Where they at? You cannot provide. Listen. Let me do it. Let me say it like this. You cannot find any archaeological record that would find shipbuilding in Mali, a landlocked place, and say they built the ships in Mali, carried them to Guinea, Senegal, the Gambia, Mauritania, or Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, who gives a shit? Cameroon, where they doing that at? Where they doing it at? Where is the evidence of them building the ships in Mali and then how did they get the ships to the Atlantic? Did they ride the Niger all the way there and it spit them out? I'm confused. Here are the artistic expressions in the Malian Empire. You're going to see a lot more of these horses than anything. And I'm not going to show you all the artistic expression. But my mere point of showing you the art there is because it speaks to the volume of the point that these people wasn't even artistically expressing boats. Meaning it wasn't a thing to them. Oh, I know what you're going to say. But what about the Dogon? They were Malay. They were Mandinka. They're part of this orientation or this representation of how the empire spread. They got little boats that they created. Wouldn't that be associated with the Malian? No. Culturally, no. No. Again, more artistic expression. Mali has a long and rich tradition of music, poetry, pottery, jewelry, and storytelling. However, the years between Musa's decision and his death saw the peak of Malian empire, whether measured in cultural production, material wealth, or vastness of its territory. Musa's story, marked by his ability to construct an imperial narrative, his gift for the institution building, his management strategies, his extraordinary knack of the public image, is one that sheds light on the medieval period. point has to be stressed twice. Twice, just so you can understand how important it is. It is during Musa's insertion of political prowess and power in the region that we even talk about Mali. Outside of the fact, we the people outside of Mali talk more about Mansa Musa than they talk about Mansa Musa internally. People of Mali don't even pay credence to Musa. They pay credence to Sundiata, the Lion King. Hold on, I just messed up. Let me walk this down. So the only place a naval system could come from was during Kankan Musa's visit to Egypt to see the Arabs about expanding his kingdom. However, a maritime system doesn't appear to be a topic of conversation in this story to the Arabs, but how he came to rule and explains how the past ruler set sail east in search of milk and honey. In conclusion, based on the information within this presentation, we learn a few things about Mali and its empire from a geographical standpoint. The argument about a landlocked country having a navy can't be proven, especially when Mali sits in the central area where it flourished during its reign. From its inception, its expansion west toward the Atlantic at a pivotal point where trade runs through the center of its empire makes absolutely no sense. Internally, no artistic expression or maritime travel is mentioned, and externally, no Arabic historian confirms a naval presence in the region. If we review the two primary sources for information regarding Mali, we would not find evidence of such maritime presence. This shit of a maritime presence is one of the African American centrists who just gotta feel good about themselves. Let me continue my fucking argument. Screen. Desmond, look at 100 sound biblical. All right, real quick. Let me deal with this real quick. Facts. Senegal started their shit in the 1800s. This dude talking about the Kemites. Who the fuck is Kemites? They didn't even call themselves Kemites, bro. How are you calling these the Remech? Say it with me, Remech. That's what they call themselves, the Remesh. They didn't call their fucking selves Kemites. They didn't build ships. Khufu's boat is for the Nile River. They ain't build shit up there that went into the Mediterranean and dealt with the Mediterranean. They didn't build a ship that went in the Red Sea. They wasn't in the Red Sea. Khufu's boat was for, and that's the best example you got. Khufu shit, it's the best example. It didn't lead to now. Period, point blank. So let's get into a few things real quick. Do I want to go native people? No. I want to go here first. No, R-E-M-E-T-C-H. The Remesh. Let me see if you can see this. You can, but you can't see it full screen. Now you should be able to see, but give me a second and let me see if I can make it a little bit better. Oh, hold on. Zoom, 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 zoom. All I want to do is a little zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. All I want to do is a little zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 28-page article, the 28-page book on Columbus Journal, the rendition that was copied and brought to us. And so we're going to deal with it how we're going to deal with it, okay? I'm skipping all the bullshit. I don't care nothing about nothing else but what's on Thursday, October 11th. Thursday, October the 11th is the day of all days in history and history and our existence. Why? Because this is the day that we get the description of what Columbus sees when he gets to his designated area. The course was WSW, and there was more sea than there had been during the whole of the voyage. They saw sandpipers and a green reed near the ship. Those of the caravel Pinta saw a cane and a pole, and they took up another small pole which appeared to have been worked with iron. Also another bit of a cane and a land plant and a small board. The crew of the caravel Nina also saw signs of a land and a small branch covered with berries. Everyone breathed a fresh and rejoiceful at these signs. Breath. The run until sunset was 26 leagues. After sunset, the admiral returned to his original west course, and they went along at the rate of 12 miles per hour. Up to 2 hours after midnight, they had gone 90 miles, equal to 22 and a half leagues. As the caravel Pinta was a better sailor and went ahead of the admiral, she found the land and made the signals ordered by the admiral. The land was first seen by a sailor named Rodrigo de Triana. But the admiral, at 10 in previous night, being on the castle of the saw a light, though it was so uncertain that he could not affirm it was land. He called Pero Gutierrez, a gentleman of the king's bedchamber, and said that there seemed to be a light, and that he should look at it. He did so and saw it. The admiral said that same Rodrigo Sanchez of Segovia, whom the king and queen had sent with the fleet as an inspector, but he could see nothing because he was not in a place whence anything could be seen. After the admiral had spoken, he saw the light once or twice, and it was like a wax of candle rising and falling. It seemed to few to be an indication of land, but the admiral made certain that land was close. When they said the salve, not slave, sorry, which all the sailors were accustomed to seeing in their way, the admiral asked and admonished the men to keep a good lookout at the forecastle and to watch well for land. And to him who should first cry out what he saw land, he could give a silk doublet besides the other rewards promised by the sovereigns, which were 10,000 meridies to him who should first see it. At 2 hours after midnight, the land was sighted at a distance of 2 leagues. They shortened the sail and lay by under the mainsail without the bonnets. The vessels were hove to, waiting for daylight, and on Friday they arrived at a small island of the Lucayos called, in the League of the Indians, Guahani. Presently they saw naked people. The admiral went on shore in the Arn boat, and Martin Alonso Pinzon and Vincent Yanez, his brother, who was a captain on the Nina. The admiral took the royal standard, and the captains went with 2 banners of the green cross, which the admiral took in all the ships as a sign, with an F and a Y and a crown over each letter, one on one side of the cross and the other on the other. Having landed, they saw trees very green and much water and fruits diverse kinds. The admiral called to the 2 captains, and the others leaped on shore, and to Rodrigo Escovedo, secretary of the whole fleet, and Rodrigo Sanchez of Segovia, and said that they should bear faithful testimony that he, in presence of all, had taken as he now took possession of the said island for the king and the queen, his laws making a declaration that are required as in more largely set forth in the testimonies of which were then made in writing. Presently, many inhabitants of the island assembled. What follows is the actual words of the admiral in his book of the first navigation and discoveries of the Indies. He says, that we might form great friendship, for I knew that they were a good people, could be more easily freed and converted to our holy faith by love than by force. Gave to some of them red caps and glass beads to put around their necks, and many other things of little value, which gave them great pleasure and made them so much our friends that it was a marvel to see. They afterwards came to the ship's boats, where we were swimming and bringing us parrots, cotton threads and skins, darts, and many other things, and we exchanged them for other things that we gave them, such as glass beads and small bells. In fine, they took all and gave what they had with good will. It appears to me to be a race of people very poor in everything. They go as naked as when their mothers bore them, and so do the women. Although I did not see more than one young girl, all I saw were youths, none more than 30 years of age. They are very good consonants. Their hair is short and coarse, almost like hairs of a horse's tail. They wear their hair brought down to their eyebrows, except a few locks behind which they wear long and never cut. They paint themselves black. Oh my Jesus. There go the word black and V notice in the chat. They paint themselves black, and they are the color of the Canarians, neither black nor white. Some paint themselves white, others red, and others what color they find. Some paint their faces, others the whole body. Some only round the eyes, others only on the nose. They neither carry nor know anything of arms. For I showed them swords, and they took them by the blade and cut themselves through ignorance. They have no iron, their darts being wands, without iron, and some of them having a fish tooth at the end of the others being pointed in various ways. They are all fair stature and size, with good faces and well made. I saw some with marks and wounds on their bodies. I made signs to ask what it was, and they gave me to understand that the people from other adjacent islands came with the intentions of seizing them, and that they defended themselves. I believe and still believe that they come here from the mainland to take them some prisoners. They should be good servants and intelligent. I observed that they quickly took in what was said to them, and I believe that they would easily be made Christians, as it appeared to me that they had no religion. I, our Lord, being pleased, will take hence at the time of my departure 6 natives for your highness, that they may learn to speak. I saw no beast of any kind except parrots on the island. The above is in the words of the admiral being Christopher Columbus. Mother suckers. There you go. They painted themselves black. That's from Christopher himself. Let's go a little further, right? Let's go a little further. Let's have some fun with this shit. Let me I want to bring the cow now. I don't want to do it now. I want to do it. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this right here. Let me reshare. Screen black. I want to have some fun real quick. I want to go to chapter 2 of Native Peoples of North America. This is a book. I'm going to, I thought yeah. The book that I just read about Columbus is it's a, y'all already know. I ain't got to explain all that. Anyway, let me keep going. So, the Columbian Exchange, New Worlds for All. Is there anyone in the chat that is unfamiliar with the Columbian Exchange? The Columbian Exchange is evidence of the old world meeting the new world and trade occurring. And during that meet, everything old world is presented to the new world. There were specific diseases that had no life form in the new world that came from the old fucking world. And you finna tell me that it was black people here before Columbus? And we introduced these diseases to motherfuckers and they didn't die? Bruh. Let me just not play with y'all, man. I want to get straight to the work. You know what I'm saying? And you like to provide what I need to provide. Taharka said he's not familiar with the Columbian Exchange. Don't worry, we'll get you up to date. But like I said, it's the introduction of the old world to the new world. That's going to be diseases. That's going to be animals. That's going to be, art, expression, all of that, language, everything that you can think of, bro. These Indians ain't seen none of that shit these motherfuckers claim that they did. And this is showing that in terms of plants, Europeans brought with them everything from grains such as white rice, wheat, barley, oats, and rye to vegetables, including turnips, onions, cabbage, and lettuce. They also carried cotton for fruit trees, including peaches, pears, and apples. These are some of the things that they were going. Look, the transformation that attended the exchange of plants did not go only in one direction. Indigenous peoples introduced non-natives to corn, white potatoes, sweet potatoes, and manioc and cassava, as well as peanuts, tomatoes, cocoa, squash, pumpkins, pineapples, papaya, and avocados. Right? Look at this. A second component of Columbian exchange was the exchange of animals, which proved no less stunning. As early as 1493, Columbus's return voyage to the Caribbeans, Europeans brought with them a host of animals that indigenous people had never seen before, including donkeys, goats, sheep, chickens, pigs, and cattle. Let me pause real quick. Motherfuckers is like cattle. They brought cattle with them? Yeah, they brought cattle with them. Ancient DNA reveals an early African origin of cattle in the Americas. If you weren't listening to what I was saying, you're not going to understand that this source is the evidence for them bringing fucking cattle to the new world. That's why I ain't reading it or getting into it. I'm just showing you. And it has the study in there, which provides additional information. Let me get back to my point. I just wanted to slide that in there on y'all. People, be playing. Yep, they even brought them. Europeans brought many birds, insects, including black rats. The Europeans brought black rats to the Americas. So all them rats y'all be seeing in dirty ass New York, think about the Europeans. Vasa. You had no damn milk before the Columbian exchange. Well, bottles for feeding them. Yeah, milk. Black rats, starling, and honeybees. Those were significant. Disease. You keep hearing me talk about disease. You hearing all these other people talk about disease. The argument dies right here because you want to talk about EM2 and the presence of EM2 in the Americas before the Eurasians, our haplogroup, yada yada, all that bullshit you making up, flipping and misrepresenting. Disease kill it all. Kills it all. I'm leaving this on the screen so you can pause the screen and see. I shouldn't even have to read this to you. I'm looking at it too. Before 1492, there were almost no infectious diseases in the Americas that were not also found in Eurasia and Africa. However, non-indigenous traders, fishers, explorers, conquistadors, missionaries, and settlers brought with them smallpox, malaria, yellow fever, measles, chlorea, typhus, bubonic plague, whooping cough, and other sicknesses. Each of these triggered what is known as virgin soil epidemic. That is, through the Columbian exchange, Europeans unleashed diseases that had never been seen before and to which native peoples had no immunity. Zero. The consequences was devastating. Them weak immune motherfuckers. They had weak immune systems. We got the real Seminole in the chat. Vasa, the real Seminole, who know the real history of the people of Oklahoma. In the chat, what's up? Indeed, disease served as an epidemiological vanguard for colonization all through the Americas, often wiping out entire villages or sending them into diaspora before a non-native person was ever seen. Quit playing, bro. I just wanted to come through here real quick with a little bit of these facts. Disease was cruel way across native North America as well. The French established the cities of Montreal and Quebec on the ruins of Hochelaga and Stadacona, respectively. Both of these villages were surrounded by vast fields of corn and heavily populated by St. Lawrence Iroquoians when they came into contact with French explorers in 1535 and 1536. When French colonists returned 70 years later, they were deserted. We don't want to play games. The Columbian exchange was a real thing. And the presence of black people in the Americas here before other black people arrived is bullshit. Because they couldn't have survived smallpox and malaria. Couldn't survive. Watch this. Scroll up a little bit. When Europeans arrived, and germs which arrived in dense semi-urban populations, the indigenous peoples of the Americas were effectively doomed. They had never experienced smallpox, measles, or flu before, and the viruses tore through the continent, killing an estimated 90% of Native Americans. Smallpox is believed to have arrived in the Americas in 1520 on a Spanish ship sailing from Cuba, carried by an infected African slave. As soon as the party landed in Mexico, the infection began its deadly voyage through the continent. Even before the arrival of Pizarro, smallpox had been devastated the Inca Empire, killing the emperor and unleashing a bitter civil war that distracted and weakened his successor, Atahualpa. Huh? What a non-scientific low reading comprehension having motherfuckers say? Yeah, that's what I thought. You ain't got no evidence. You ain't got no evidence. Just running around here being a goofy. Let me deal with something real quick too. Right? Can y'all see the screen? Yeah. A new study of ancient DNA by Warner colleagues changes that geneticists and archaeologists identified 36 cases of malaria from a man who died 5,600 years ago in Germany, the Soul period in Belgium in the 1700s. The team also found the earliest known cases in South America dated about 1600 CE, suggesting European colonists introduced malaria to the New World, with a second variety introduced from Africa, along with the trade in enslaved people. Two parasites that cause it: Plasmodium vivax and Plasmodium falciparum. I don't know how to say it on falciparum. Come on, bro. Oldest malaria cases reveal how humans spread the disease across the globe. Y'all wanna go back to the sickest? Y'all wanna get the sickle cell shit? Let me put it up real quick. Hold on, we finna do it live. I'm gonna show y'all how shady JJ is. I'm gonna show y'all how shady he is. Remember, he brought up sickle cell. See, that's why I hate this shit y'all be using, that chat GPT shit, the AI shit. I hate the AI shit, bro. Hold up, let me take it off. Gene found. I just really need the gene. Why I just should have left the other one on. While sickle cell disease most commonly in people of African descent, also can be found in individuals of Native American, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, Indian, Latin American, etc. But that ain't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the gene, the gene thing. Give me a second. Boom, 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 boom. Y'all can see the screen, right? What y'all talking about? No cited source. Oh, he in the chat making up shit. Yeah, MC Facts gonna stay in the chat making up shit. That's a fact. In the U.S., it is estimated that over 80,000 people suffer from sickle cell disease, primarily African Americans, Hispanics, and Native Americans. 1 in 12 African Americans and 1 in 100 Hispanics carry the sickle cell trait. Unfortunately, it is estimated that only 18,000 out of 80,000 sickle cell patients have access to comprehensive care. Y'all see it on the screen. So, is the genes the same? Is it the same? I need somebody in the chat answer my question. Is it the same? Before I continue, can somebody answer? Hey, Vino, why you here, bro? I want to ask a question. Like, why you here, bro? What you here for? Are you here to learn, or are you here to just cause confusion? I just need to know, bro. Oh, Vasa, I said, is this okay? The sickle cell gene found in America, is it the same as the sickle cell gene found in Africa? Is sickle cell the same genetically? I know the answer gives us a chance. Don't wait on everybody else, bruh. Go on and answer it. Are we carrying the same strand of the sickle cell? Correct. It is not the same. Hold on. Why you say it ain't the same? No. Why you say it ain't the same? Hold on. Hold on. All right. Y'all probably couldn't hear that, but this shit had a whole like little music spiel going on, bro. I had to mute that shit. Somebody been cheating. Somebody been cheating. Somebody been cheating. Hit it right on the fucking nose. Taharka said mosquitoes in the tropics on every side of the globe. But he says, yep, mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. Yep. You smart man, man. You smart man. Hold on, let me start sharing my screen real quick. Good shit. But more importantly, let me put this on the screen for a minute. And I want y'all to pay close attention to this shit.
Like seriously, are you dumb? Man, I don't know.
Gosh damn, bro.
Reached the Americas before Africans, and I'm saying affirmative yes. Okay, so what do you have to expect here? I'm going to explain why Christopher Columbus ventured west anyway at a time when everything was going east. That there was extensive knowledge of Africans, right? West Africans, South Africans, just Africans, right? Their phenotypes, their culture, all of this before 1492. That Columbus had an account of what the people were like when he got here. Diseases that occurred and that happened during the Columbian Exchange, right? This is a preview, so debate me, right? So the Columbian Exchange, that's the things that were exchanged from this new world, which was the Americas over here on the west, to the old world, which is all the other continents and countries over there on the east because they didn't know we were here, right? Just to the west across a whole lot of water. So who is Christopher Columbus? He was born Cristoforo Colombo. Christopher Columbus is what the way we say it because we're English. We speak English. He's an Italian explorer from Genoa, Italy. He has 3 brothers who were also navigators, and he has 1 sister. He is the father of 2 boys by 2 women. And of course, he's known for discovering the Western Hemisphere for Spain and Europe and the rest of everybody else. Oh, let's go. What was going on in the Western Hemisphere in 1400s? We got the trans-Saharan trade. What's that? It's not the transatlantic. It's the trans-Saharan. They're going across the Sahara the other way. We're not going across the water. We're going across the desert. Okay? So they went across the desert and they were trading with like the Mediterranean, East Africans, Berbers, people over there, right? They traded people, slaves and stuff, gold and salt. The salt was coming in. The gold and the slaves were going out, right? The outcome of this is empires. We had a lot of empires. The biggest one that everybody knows about is the Mali Empire, right? Another spread is Islam and Arabic culture, because that became the money. That became the money culture, the money language, the money religion, right? So that's what happened there, right? So we had Islam and Arabic coming across, you know what I'm saying, and we got people and everything else going over there, right? So by the 12th century, we got a lot of West African rulers that converted to Islam. Why? Of course, it's the money language. It's the language of trade at this time. Okay, so it's not like they were untouched. These people were definitely trading slaves, trading goods, and trading things for a very long time, like centuries, right? Before European people started coming down. So what's going on in the Iberian Peninsula? So if you can see here, we have what is today Spain and Portugal. But in the 1400s, it was just an Iberian Peninsula, and it had a whole bunch of little kingdoms, right? So it was like occupied by the Moors, stuff like that at that time, right? So in 1441, over 200 slaves from West Africa get brought to the Iberian Peninsula, right? To this whole area, okay? In 1469, Isabel of Castile, that's this yellow, and Ferdinand of Aragon, that's the red over there, they get married, right? So boom, once they get together like that, oh yeah, baby, it's time to go. We done took over most of this, right? So in 1492, they take over this bottom part, Granada. That was the last of the Muslim rule. That was the last of Islam there. They have taken over, right? They are ready to expand. They're ready to go. They named it Spain, and we in there. We are now joined all together in one country. Okay. Now in 1450, the Ottoman Empire over Constantinople, which is now Istanbul. Well, why is that important? It's important because that's their connection to the silk. Okay. Not only did they get silk, they got gold, precious stones, everything, all of that from the East Indies, right? Right. So that was their middle ground. That was their connection. So once the Ottoman Empire took it over, Europe is like, oh no, come on, man. There's got to be a better way to get to these East Indies and get our stuff. Europe got money right now. The whole bunch of them just got killed off with bubonic plague. You know what I'm saying? People are now rising into money. They want to buy stuff. And now the Ottoman Empire done took over. They're hard. Okay. So now they try to figure out, how do we get to the East Indies if we can't just walk across there like we've been doing? Okay. We don't want to give the Ottoman Empire more money because then they're going to get bigger, right? We don't want to make them rich. And they like to fight. We ain't trying to do all of that either. So 1488, Bartholomew Diaz goes around the Cape of Good Hope. What's that? It's the bottom of Africa. Okay. The bottom of Africa is that little round part That's what they were trying to go around. They figured you got to go down and around, to get to the East Indies. So he did that, and he was like, "Hey, look, on the way to the Indian Ocean, we could possibly get there through here. We can just go all the way around Africa, right?" 1492, Christopher Columbus is like, "Listen, bro, it's got to be a better way than to go all the way around the bottom of Africa. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff to be doing, right? I feel like we can just go the other way, right? Because he like other people thought the world was flat, thought it was round, but he thought it was smaller than it is, right? So he thinking we could just go west, venture out into those waters, and eventually we'll hit the East Indies, and we'll be able to do it that way. So I did the history lesson, right? This history lesson sets the ground. Okay, West and Central Africans have been involved in trade and crossing countries for centuries with the trans-Saharan trade, but they're not going out into the random waters. They're going in and across, right? Then we have the only reason that they ventured west is to find a better route east. The only reason he even decided to go out and embark out into these waters is to try to go east because the Ottoman Empire took over Constantinople, right? Spain, I don't know if y'all caught this when I said it, had African slaves for 50 years when Columbus decided to embark on his voyage. For 50 years. Okay? This shows that they're very knowledgeable already about what Africans look like. They traded with them. They captured them as slaves, right? Dispelling the myth that they may have been confused if they saw Africans and confused them for natives. No, they've been working with them for years. In 1492, we're sailing the ocean blue. Okay, now this is the first voyage that he even went on, right? So Ferdinand and Isabel, those two that got married, and now we got Spain. Okay, they gave him a contract, okay? And this contract was that he could keep 10% of whatever riches he found, along with the notable title and governorship of any lands that he encountered, that he took over. He got 3 ships, Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. Okay, he's for 2 months before reaching what today is known as the Caribbeans. The description of natives. Oh my goodness, he wrote about it, right? So let's read. As soon as dawn broke, many of these peoples came to the beach, all young, as I have said, and all of good stature and very handsome people. Their hair is not curly, but loose and coarse like hair, and all of their foreheads is broad, more so than any other people I have hitherto seen. Their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black, but the color of the Canarians. Nor should anything else be expected, as this island is in a line east and west from the island of Hierro in the Canaries. Their legs are very straight, all in one line, and no belly, but very well formed. He said they look like Canarians. And this picture I have right here are pictures of Canarians. The people there, I'm not going to go into it because in case anybody wants to debate me, I can tell you about the indigenous people of the Canaries, which is those islands are off of Africa, but the indigenous people are from Iran, which are inherently European, right? But it doesn't matter because their skin color is not completely dark black, right? But it's dark skin, right? So he described them very well in his journal. This is an excerpt from his journal. Okay, something else he wrote in his journal. They neither carry nor know anything of arms, for I showed them swords, and they took them by the blade and cut themselves through ignorance. They have no iron. Their darts being wands without iron, some of them having a fish tooth at the end, and others being pointed in various ways. Yes, Melvin, that's what they are called. The Canarians. So he's talking about how they have no knowledge of, these weapons or iron. look at West Africans' knowledge of iron. Okay. West Africans had knowledge of iron dating back to the 2nd century. The 2nd century, right? In the Republic of Congo, we got the 8th to the 10th century. Great Zimbabwe, 13th and 14th century, right? So I don't know when do you expect for them to have him over here and they have no knowledge of iron. They're completely unknowledgeable of this, right? So they have this knowledge. This is not brand new to them. It's just brand new to the natives here because they're not them. Now diseases. Ooh-wee. Diseases. During the initial phase of European colonization, infectious diseases were the primary killer among Native American communities. Infections ranging from smallpox, bubonic plague, chickenpox, cholera, the common cold, diphtheria, influenza, malaria, measles, scarlet fever, some sexually transmitted diseases, typhoid, typhus, tuberculosis, leptospirosis, and pertussis. Okay, those produce illness and extensive deaths. An estimated 95% of the indigenous populations in the Americas were killed by infectious diseases during the years following European colonization. Okay, amounting to an estimated 20 million people. Right now, this is stuff that, because they have been around it. You know what I'm saying? These people have not. Right? Malaria. Oh, wait, why did I focus on malaria? Because malaria has been existing for more than 7,300 years. More than. In fact, around 7,300 years ago, a child was born with a heightened immunity to malaria in sub-Saharan Africa, and that was that sickle cell trait. Okay, malaria ravaged Europe from around 1st century AD for 2,000 years. Okay, this is when the Romans was up there. As a matter of fact, malaria is part of the reasons the Romans fell. Right? It was found in Asia, Egypt, everywhere in the East. Everywhere on the Eastern Hemisphere, every single place on the Eastern Hemisphere had malaria. Every one of them. It's been around for 7,300 years. But guess where it wasn't at? In the Americas. In South America today, there's 2 strands of malaria. One is found in the Europeans, one is found in Africans. The wet environment and deforestation makes mosquitoes breed more and carry the disease throughout the people, causing sickness and death. The earliest case of malaria in the Americas is from around 1600 CE of the European strain. When did the Africans come over here? When did they come here? When it was everywhere in the East. It still kills 95% of Africans today. That 95%, not of Africans, 95% of the deaths from malaria is in Africa, is in West Africa. Okay, so it's still there. It still has this issue. Sickle cell is what people always yell about. Sickle cell. Oh, well, sickle cell came from this. Yeah, it came from them trying to be was a biological thing to try to fight it, right? If you have sickle cell anemia completely, you have no immunity. If you have the sickle cell trait, however, right, it's not really immunity, but you will have their effects from it, right? Because today malaria is preventable and curable, right? But Central and South American countries will still have an issue with it. Why is that important now? Because had they came over here and brought malaria, it'd have stayed. This is a great environment for it in the Caribbean, right? Okay. So this is why I'm saying malaria. People keep thinking I want to bring up sickle cell. I don't. I want to bring up the fact that malaria wasn't here. It just wasn't here. And the first instance of it was 1600. Right? So it wiped out 95% of the indigenous Americans, right? Syphilis. What? Syphilis. American settlers came, had sex with the natives in the Caribbean. American settlers brought syphilis back to Europe and began an entire epidemic that lasted for hundreds of years. But syphilis wasn't introduced to sub-Saharan Africa until the 1500s by settlers, bringing natives there and having effective Europeans who were having sex with Africans, right? Syphilis, though, had been an issue for the natives in America for at least 500 years before colonizers came. So if the Africans was coming over here and trading readily, as you say, and they was cool with these people, as you say, I'm not understanding why the first syphilis, first even cases of syphilis came after natives were brought there and after it became a slavery thing where we were transferring people back and forth, right? I'm not getting it. So what have we learned so far? We learned why Christopher Columbus even ventured west, right? Because they had no way to get to the east for the silk because of the Ottoman Empire. They didn't want to keep trying to get around the bottom of Africa. So we thought going west was the easier way to get east. Okay? We know they had extensive knowledge of Africans, their phenotypes and culture, because they had been on the trans-Saharan trade for centuries, right? And they also had slaves in Spain, right? Columbus's had an account of the people and what they looked like when they got here. They didn't look like Africans. They looked more like the people in the Canary Islands, right? Which they don't look like West and Central Africans, right? So if we have diseases that occurred during this Columbian exchange, diseases that came here and went back, right? Which one of the diseases had been around for 7,300 years. It had never made it here. So, you know, this is just 2 rounds about, right? I'm saying, you think you can touch my information, you think you can touch this or anything I presented, you know, go ahead and debate me, challenge it, get it cooking. You feel me? Because I got more.
Yeah, man. That was Honey Clark response to Cedric about making his argument. So she was showing him how he could have made his argument, you know. And so you can see what she was looking for via the debate topic as well. She is one of the judges. But nah, man, she did a good job with that. I did drop the link in the chat. We can get it cracking. I still got a lot of I got a lot of sources that I wanted to kind of put on the screen, but to be honest, I don't want to show all of them. I don't even want to get into some of this material that I got. I was gonna bring up, you know what? I can bring this up. I can bring this up. Yep, we still live. We getting it in. This is an information field compact show. I can't do no more JJ though. That's not today. I think I had enough of JJ. I had 30 minutes of JJ. That's crazy. All right, so y'all should be able to see that, right? You see me, you see that. This is the history of smallpox and it spread around the world. Right? As you can see, smallpox in the Americas, 1507 to 1900 on page 235. So watch this. This is what I'm eliminating arguments. This is what I mean by eliminating arguments. Smallpox in Europe and the data on that. The spread of smallpox, European explorers and colonists. So real quick before I get to. I need to make this bigger. I need to make it bigger. I got to get to 235 first. Look at that shit. Smallpox in Africa to the Americas with slaves. Boom. Let me make it bigger. JJ gave everybody a fucking headache. Because he just makes up shit. All right. Oh. There we go. So the Americas was first colonized by migrants from Asia who crossed the northern land ice bridge over the Bering Strait some 20,000 years ago. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. Beyond that point, you did the right here. So we know the Abos ain't the people that cross. You know what I'm saying? We know the Abos ain't here. I'm finna kill two birds with one stone right here with this one source. Before Columbus discovered America, which he didn't, people was already here. You know what I'm saying? But to him, they discovered people that was here. So whatever. America in 1492, these people had spread throughout both North and South America to the very southernmost tip of the continent in Tierra del Fuego. 2,000 years ago, the total population of the Americas was probably about 5 million. It had doubled by AD 1000 and reached approximately 25 million by 1500. In Mexico, the Aztec Empire embraced an estimated 8 million subjects, somewhat more than did in the Inca Empire in Peru. Yeah. Tenochtitlan and Quetzalcoatl were great cities with large populations along the eastern seaboard of North America, in the Caribbean, in southern Mexico, and Central America, Venezuela, Colombia, and northern and eastern Brazil, were semi-agricultural tribes who added another 5 to 6 million to the continental total. In addition, there were about 3 million hunters and food gatherers roaming immense and empty lands of Central and Western North America, the tropical jungles of Brazil, and the desolate waste of southern Argentina. Hey, yeah. Yep. These large populations, city dwellers and agriculturalists alike, were free of familiar communicable disease of Europe. They were free of familiar communicable diseases of Europe. When smallpox was introduced into Mexico and Brazil by the Spanish and Portuguese invaders, and North America by the British and French, its impact was catastrophic. Since these episodes differed in many respects, it is convenient to consider them separately. The Spanish. The first occurrence of smallpox in the Western Hemisphere was on the island of Hispaniola in 1507. If Africans were coming to the Americas before Columbus, emphasis on before Columbus, smallpox would have took them out. There's no way that Africans are conscious of bringing something that they were immune to the Americas. They would have introduced it to the populations immediately. So when you say that they came before Columbus, where did they come? Who was infected by these old world diseases when they appeared? You're going to come over here and say that, well, you're going to try to convince me, right? You're going to convince me that these people that came over here didn't have the disease or no rendition of it or something along those lines, right? That's what you're going to say. You're going to try to convince me, right? You're going to try to convince me that they didn't have anything. They knew they ain't had nothing, so they came over here free and clear, and they contact didn't even do nothing. That's what you're gonna try to convince me of, right? Instead of dealing with facts. That's what you're gonna try to convince me of, right? Let's go. In 1517, an outbreak occurred among African slaves in the mines of Hispaniola. Look at here. Look at here. Look at here. An outbreak occurred among the African slaves in the mines of Hispaniola and spread rapidly to the Amerindian population of that island, killing about 1/3 of them. Smallpox spread Cuba in 1518, Puerto Rico 1519. Let me help y'all out real quick. What the hell y'all think happening with this measles shit? What y'all think is happening with the measles shit, right? Huh? Look how measles is moving in the population. Look how it's moving in the population, like on some real Look how it's moving in the population. Convince me with your evidence, not your argument. You know, black people wasn't in the Americas. Right here. Real quick. In 1519, Cortez and his followers sailed from Cuba to Mexico and arrived in November in Tenochtitlan, whose size and splendor amazed them. Jealous of Cortez, good fortune to the governor of Cuba, sent another expedition to Narvaez to replace Cortez. Narvaez landed near present-day Veracruz in April 1520, and his entourage included an African slave who had smallpox. The result was described by a Spanish friar who arrived in Mexico in 1525. Small say, what he say in 1525? Oh, we finna run it down. Yes, sir. We're gonna run it down. Yes, sir. He said, at the time of the captain Panfilio de Narvaez landed in a country, there was in one of his ships a Negro stricken with smallpox, a disease which had never been seen here. At this time, New Spain was extremely full of people, and when the smallpox began to attack the Indians, it became so great of a pestilence among them throughout the land that in most provinces, more than half the population died. You want an example of that? You want an example of that? Look in places where COVID ran rapid and we had to be adjusted. We lost over 1.some million people to COVID. You heard JJ earlier bring up the bubonic plague, Black Death. What you think occurred with Black Death? See, y'all don't be knowing, right? Y'all just be talking. Y'all just be talking. For as the Indians do not know the remedy of the disease and were very much in the habit of bathing frequently, rather will or ill, and continue to do so even when suffering from smallpox, they died in heaps like bed bugs. Many others died of starvation because, as they were all taken sick at once, they could not care for each other, nor was there anyone to give them bread or anything else. In many places, it happened that everyone in the house died. And As it was impossible to bury the great number of dead, they pulled down the houses over them in order to check the stretch rolls from the dead bodies so that their homes became their tombs. This disease was called by the Indians the Great Leprosy because the victims were so covered with pustules that they looked like lepers. Even today, one can see obvious evidences of it in some individuals who escaped death, or they were left covered with pockmarks. One source defeats the Abos, and every person that thinks that black people in Africa came to the Americas before Columbus. One source. I ain't even got to get into shipbuilding technology, which we did that like 5 years ago. I ain't even got to get into no other evidence associated with it. The mere fact, smallpox wasn't even in the Americas until motherfucking our ancestors showed up. It's proof positive that you wasn't already here. There was no immunity against it. Mofos were dropping like flies. And it was so bad, you heard them talk about bathing regularly. Where do you think they getting their drinking water from? Them infected ass drinking water. They was throwing bodies everywhere. You put it in the dirt into your garden, guess what happens? You just giving the disease somewhere new to transfer. What's that movie with Denzel Washington in it? I see it in my head, but I can't think of it. It's where the spirit dies and then it's transferred to another person, and then spirit gets that person doing some stupid shit, and then when that person dies, the spirit transfers somewhere else. So Denzel takes himself out into the wilderness, isolates himself once he's got the spirit, the bug or whatever, and some kind of way, I just can't think of the name of it. I'm telling it, but I just can't think of the name of it right now. Big Denzel fan. I need to look it up. That's how the smallpox was moving, basically, is all I'm talking about, bro. Let me check the chat out, because some of y'all be kind of knowing what I'm talking about. I don't think it's sold. Oh, look. Denzel Washington movies. Hold on 1 second. If y'all beat me to it, you beat me to it. But I'm finna tell y'all what it. Fallen. That's it. 1998. Fallen. It's a good movie too. It's called Fallen. Put it in the chat. Yeah. Vasa want me to read Toribie de Benvente Montalinia at the time he gave a contemporary account of smallpox outbreak when you're free. Okay, I got you. Yes, sir. Africans don't have any. I'm gonna repeat this is for the dude named MC in the chat. There are no seafaring vessels made by Africans ever. They crossed the Atlantic. They made canoes, riverboats, shit that you can put on a lake, a river, creek, and then that small travel between Elmina and the west coast of Africa. But you couldn't go beyond it because just right there in that narrow way, I forget what they call the coastline. The water's real shallow. You don't fight no currents right up there against the land like that. And because Elmina is off-centered, it's stopping a lot of that oceanic shit coming from. Y'all don't know, man. You got to look at the geography, bro. Yeah, they had sand ships called camels. You correct. I wouldn't say it's one of his first movies, but it's one of the earlier movies in '98 for sure. From the coast, the disease spread inland, reaching the Valley of Mexico in September, shortly after the capital Tenochtitlan. The epidemic which followed was catastrophic for the Amerindians and assured the military success of Cortez and his conquistadors. The Aztecs' loss of chiefs and fighting men was serious enough, but the observation that the Spaniards were immune from childhood infections in Spain into the country the Moors had introduced the disease in the 8th century completed their demoralization. Estimates of the number of deaths vary. Some say the population of Mexico died within 6 months. Other estimated put the population at 25 million before the conquest, 16.8 million 10 years later, and at least half of the Aztecs who caught smallpox died of it. From Mexico, the disease spread south into the Guatemala and the Yucatan, which may have been ravaged by an earlier outbreak in 1515 and greatly decreased the formerly dense population of the Yucatan Peninsula. I am telling you now, there was not a single black person in the Americas before the Spanish arrived. A single. If there was, show me the single evidence. And show me them not casting disease, the spread of germs onto another person. I'll wait. And then show me the shipping technology, how they crossed the Atlantic, who wrote about it or told it in the origin story. You ain't got it. Van Sertima ain't got it. Leo Wiener ain't got it. Ronoko Rashidi ain't got it. Clyde Winters ain't got it. Van Vandenbosch, whatever his damn name is, ain't got it. Every pseudo in our community ain't got it. The mofo in the chat ain't got it. Ain't none of y'all got it. Go play with yourself. Hidden Colors ain't got it. From then on, the history of the Meridian and the Caribbean islands, Mexico, Central America, and Peru is punctuated with epidemics of smallpox that was said to kill hundreds of thousands. In 1576, as many as 2 million Mexican Indians were alleged to have died. Yeah, Mexican Indians, you know, them same motherfuckers that they calling illegal in America, them motherfucking Mexican Indians, because that's who the fuck was down there building up the Aztec, the Incas, and etc., etc. Not no black people. Them old Macs were fucking Mexicans. It's their ancestors. Wasn't no African influence. Y'all bitches making up shit. 1506, Papa Bull decreed a new world had divided between Spanish and Portuguese. What is now Brazil was the principal Portuguese colony, and it was soon struck by smallpox. The first introduction, 1555, followed the establishment of the French Huguenot settlement, to be followed fresh introductions by African slaves in 1560, 5 years later, and from Portugal in the 1562 and 63. The last epidemic spread along the coast and along the rivers into Indian populations of the forested interior and was said to have killed more than half the natives of the state Bahia. 1588 epidemics of smallpox erupted over the whole South American continent, and subsequently wave after wave of epidemic smallpox decimated the native populations. Let me pause for station identification. Yeah, y'all like, Sean, what you reading, bro? I know I showed y'all this shit earlier. I know I showed y'all this earlier, but I'm going to do it again for the friends in the back. Friends in the back. The history of smallpox and its spread around the world. Me plays, no games. That ain't even it. I got other information that I'm willing to share. Where the Olmecs today? The Olmec people are still in a region. What you mean where the Olmecs at today? The motherfucking people ain't left. They still there. And they telling you they still there. What is you talking about? Where the Olmecs at? Fuck out of here. Where the Olmecs at? Man, you on some real crack, bro. You in the chat. You on some real crack, bro. You need to put that dope down. You need to put that dope down, bro. You got a whole problem. You need to put that shit down. Asking that dumbass question where they at today. He can't show us shit, bro. Don't ask him to show you nothing because he can't show you nothing. He ain't got it. He's just gonna keep on talking in the chat. He just keeps showing up because he just like to talk. He like to type in the chat. The Journal of Christopher Columbus during his first voyage, 1492 to 93, and documents related to the voyages of John Cabot and Gaspar Cortereal. Uh-oh, and SETI voice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 340 pages for the non-reading mofos in the back. Some of these pages is blank early on. This PDF is, hold up. Let me get my PDF right. This mug shot. There we go. There we go. There we go. We like evidence. We like evidence. Come on, man. What this say? What this right here for JJ and all those out there. Right here, watch this. The admiral diligently wrote his journal to the day of his return to Palos. Watch this. Peep this, y'all. Uh-oh. Let me zoom it. Let me make it one page, though. Come on, computer. Single page, bro. Zoom is all I want to do is a little zoom. That's too much zoom. Clear. There you go. The admiral diligently wrote his journal to the day of his return to Palos. It was forwarded to Ferdinand and Isabella, but it is now lost. Las Casas had access to it when he wrote his history and gives a very full abstract, which was condensed by Herrera. It was also used by Ferdinand Columbus in the Vida del Amarillo. In one place where the admiral describes his proceedings is in a storm when he threw a brief account of the voyage overboard in a barrel. The version of Fernando is much more full than that of Las Casas. It appears to be copied word for word. I have noticed the differences in their place. It is probable that Bernardes also had access to the journal, but made no great use of it. And Oviedo never appears to have seen it. In the archives of the Duca Infantado, there was, in the end of the last century, a small folio volume in a parchment cover, consisting of 76 leaves mostly written. It is in the handwriting of who? Dun, 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 dun. Las Casas. What up, Big Ant? What's good with you, bro? What it do, bro? There's another old volume, but somewhat later than the La Casas, also in folio, with a similar cover consisting of 140 leaves. These are duplicate copies of a full abstract of these of the Journal of Columbus. They were carefully collected by Don Juan Bautista Munoz, the learned cosmographer of the Indies, and Don Martin Fernandez Navarrete at Madrid in 1791. The abstract of the journal in the handwriting of Las Casas written by Betty in the first volume of his collection de los viajes y descripción qu'il hicieron por los españoles, and published in 1825. The present translation is made from the text of Navarrete. So yeah, there's renditions out there years later, and then there's renditions of the copy from the copy that was made, the original. What up, Loke? So my question to all these pseudos out here, right? My question is, what's your business? Where's your evidence? We looking for it. We waiting on it. Where is it? I don't want to get into Sean Campbell, bro. I don't want to get into none of that. What I want to do is show y'all that it's 300 page, 300 page. We got access to it. Lucia woman is not a black person. The fuck is he talking about Lucia in the chat, bro? Lucia is not black. She is the same of the people in the region. She is like Lucia man. She's the same shit genetically. She carries the same haplogroup as that motherfucker, Lucia man. Why are you over here trying to, you doing these circular arguments, bro? I dropped the link in the chat. Share your screen and present your information. Ain't that what we've been doing all day? Outside of listening to them as JJ and Cedric debate each other? She is genetically Amerindian. Point blank. Why is you late to the party? Update your scholarship. Crazy. Like, we all know this, bro. This is old news. Why is you still on some old shit, bro? You gotta grow up. At some point, you gotta grow up. I ain't even get into the first impressions, right? We had primary sources of first impressions, not of the Europeans and Indians, but the Indians when they saw the Europeans. And I've given these accounts before, so I don't want to continue to beat a dead horse. But we have these accounts of them seeing Europeans. And I don't understand for the life of me how y'all act like bros ain't over here doing their work. Like, you really don't want to care. Are you just making up shit? You can't prove none of that shit you believe in, bro. You, Renoku, Van Sertima, can't none of you motherfuckers prove that shit. Y'all talking about Al-Bukhari, you can't even prove it. People from the Mali Empire during that reign ain't even talking about that shit. They ain't heard nothing about no sea travel. Losing no leader going across the seas for what? When the whole business is in the central part of Mali. All dope being sold in central Mali. Everybody's coming through there. It's the scenic trade route. Don't play with me. Play with your bitch. Come on, man. Quit hating yourself. That's all it is self-hate. The Abos hate themselves. The centrists, they don't hate themselves, but they hate part of themselves, their history, because they trying to claim some shit that ain't even happened. Musa Store is one of the biggest mythological pranks in history, bro. He's a usurper. He came to power because he killed the Musa before him. Just go look at all you got to do is look at the king's list. Where's Musa at on the king's list? I'll wait. I'll drop that link in the chat, man. If you're scared, say you're scared. That's what I mean by people ain't versed in the subject matter, because y'all just be sitting over there, just be running off at y'all mouth. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. And then when somebody present the argument and then present stuff y'all ain't even thought about, then y'all get to running and tucking y'all tails and acting all Ishmael and all that. Like, bro, we ain't got time for that. We ain't got time for none of that you on. Like, we up for a reason. Like, we ain't up here just trying to make up some stuff just to be making up some stuff. We don't have time for that. And none of y'all know what Mali was. You didn't even see how far it's from the Atlantic Ocean. You bothered to do no research on that. Look how far they would have to travel in order to get to the Atlantic and then turn around and then get on a boat. Man, by the time they get from central Mali to the Atlantic Ocean, ain't no boat. That shit gone. Who watching the boats? And why they watching it? Who paying them? Like, for real. Like, y'all be coming up with stuff. I got the link in the chat. Y'all ain't even got to respond to what's the name no more. I'm glad Vino left. He probably gonna stream it and start crying in the car. There's a lot of information in this show, for real. I caught Ling Ling on TikTok lying about being Indian after taking a DNA test. I pulled up on him and exposed the hell out of him. Shout out to old dog. Keep your foot on his neck. MC, you ain't bringing no facts, bro. You bringing made up. Listen, anybody can write an article. Where is the evidence? For instance, you're basically clickbaiting. You're clickbaiting at this point. You ain't dealing with nothing, bro. You keep talking about you bringing articles. It don't mean just because you bring an article don't make that shit right. Ain't none of the people that you brought ever considered how far central Mali is to the Atlantic. Why? And then never asked themselves, why would they leave the epicenter of the trade market to go to the Atlantic and travel to a place unbeknownst to them when all the goods and services are coming through their empire? They getting shit from far east in the Mediterranean, south of them. All of that shit's coming through Mali. It is the epicenter for trade. Its empire blew up because Musa took control of that shit. And you want to try to convince us of some crazy shit, bro? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. We don't believe you. You need more people. Period. I don't believe none of y'all say. Zero. Not one motherfucking single one of y'all. Not a one. And y'all ain't doing nothing about it either. Craziness, bro. Just the way y'all just be running out of y'all mouth, man, about stuff. Y'all ain't got y'all life together. So really just deal with it. You're gonna start just making up arguments just to be making it up. Give us the information. Don't say I'm giving you don't give me no article title, because that don't mean nothing to me. You giving us an article title means very little to me. Very, very, very little to me. It has no relevance. Pull up, all dog. I dropped the link. Man, listen, I don't know what y'all scared of. The information been disseminated. I'm just sitting on these other sources just in case somebody wanna go to Scholastic War. And I can pull this shit out and we can walk it down. Straight up. I ain't rocking with none of the foolishness. What dude say when he beat up the one dude? I ain't made another. Keep on. Go outside. Yeah, I remember that. Dude did something to dude at work and he was pissed off. Yeah. Forget what I say. If you don't, bro, no, you're not listening. You're not listening. I've read everything regarding both sides of the argument. What you don't know is we all started somewhere. We believed in this goddamn book. We thought it was solid work. We read the book. You didn't read this book. You are nobody because you keep running the articles. You ain't studied nothing in West Africa. Nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. Nothing in West Africa. Zero. You don't even know the fucking argument because you're sitting there running your mouth about some shit you ain't paid attention to, bro. We've been doing this shit for year after year after year. We do this shit every year, bro. Straight up. No fucking lie. What an old dog.
What up, though, Sean P? How you doing, bro?
Yo.
Yeah, man. These clowns, man. This guy in the chat, man, is funny as hell, man. But again, you don't have the balls to come up and stand up on what you saying, bro. Come on up here, man. This is a safe place for you pretendians and you pseudo intellectuals. We don't bite. You know, we might try to chop your head off, but we don't bite. Get on up here and show us some information, man. But yeah, Sean, I caught your boy Ling Ling over there on TikTok in my
Why you
territory
gotta be
trying
my
to.
boy?
Huh?
Why you gotta be my boy? Why you
Oh,
gotta be my boy though?
oh my bad.
Man,
I wish I could have recorded that shit, dog. This nigga over there with his sunglasses on, got his camera
still
turned on. Yeah, like this nigga acting like he a true Indian over there, dog. I exposed the hell out of him, man. It was funny, bro. Oh man. And then I asked him to produce one black quote unquote black Indian scholar or a poet. Man, this man started giving me all contemporary authors and stuff. Like I'm like, bro, no. We're talking
that's
about historical figures. Not no new brand new niggas, no magically delicious niggas like y'all. We're talking about old school. Can you show me or tell me where I can go find this information in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s? You know, of course, he did the old Albo shuffle and tried to redirect or pivot the conversation to something totally different. But I got him good the other day, man. I got him good, man.
what else y'all been doing on TikTok?
This book by Roland B. Dixon, the racial history of man. That's another source that they're trying to bring out and talk about the proto Negro. No, I mean the proto Negroid. Um, Man, this one guy, natural. He's using it as his
That
go-to, even though we
dude,
debunked it. Huh?
you talking about the same dude that lost the debate in court?
Yeah.
Nah, you lying, bro. You lying. I ain't listening
I
to
ain't
that.
lying, dog. I ain't lying, bro. This dude
Nah,
still out here, bro. 80. What is he? He about 89% West of Central Africa, but
yeah, you
he
not gonna tell me that some dude that took a DNA test that said that he was 89% West African, bro, is out here doing no, I'm not believing it.
No, listen to me. Yeah, you go on his first debate with Port because that was his second debate. But his first debate with Port, he come right out and show his DNA test, 89%. He showed his DNA test, but he's still talking about he Indian. Guess what? I think he had 1.5% indigenous in him, and that was from two different areas. Yeah. So he's still doing that bullshit. So he got a book by Roland B. Dixon called The Racial History of Man, which in the book of itself debunks everything he's talking about when it comes down to this proto-Negroid type. But it's interesting because I've been reading it the last few days. I'm actually about to start calling him out so I can see if he's going to get in the ring with me. I already got about 40 slides for this particular topic about Negroids in America before Columbus.
I don't know what's wrong with black people, bro.
He
I
just
don't know.
wide open. They wide open for the okey doke, man. They wide open for the okey doke. And as much information as they come up with trying to prove that they're Indian, if they sat down and really put that energy to understand their biological makeup and their affinity to Africa, I think they'll be in a better place.
They scared of that, but biology, nah, they scared of that. They think shit is fake.
But here's the thing, you can't deny it because like Gina Page said in Ports interview with her the other day. You know, science comes from Africa. I don't know where you're gonna be afraid of something that you know your ancestors were the progenitor of. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You know why they gonna do that, bro. They gonna deny denialism. They don't, but they anti-science, bro. They more anti-science than European pseudos. That's
Yeah, but
why I ain't
that's
on.
yeah.
That's why I ain't on TikTok, bro. Y'all can't convince me. Y'all have to pay me to be on TikTok.
Oh, they are running over there. Dane Calloway won't let nobody up on his panel, just like Top Cats won't let nobody up on his panel to go back against the sorry ass information. They all over there now. Shit, Dane came over there and made so much money the other day, man. We all looking at each other like, what? I mean, they was dropping gifts on him left and right, sending him cash app and everything, bro.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, they'll pay for a lie. You know what? I might need to get on there, man, and start lying. I get on there and start lying. You know what I mean? Just to be a money grab.
Well, again, it's a whole bunch of them over there, man. I'm talking about they got the guy named We Know the Truth. He talk about Nubians were Indians, and you got Earth Speaks who talking about he know how to decipher rocks and always point to rocks and talk about kingdoms through deciphering rocks. You got you got Natural, the one we just got through talking about, lying all day every day, man. Yeah, it's some crazy ish going on over there on the top, man. Them streets wild over there. They wild. But yeah, man, I think oh damn. Can you hear me?
Yep, you good.
Shit bad. I gotta be done.
I can hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Why you stop? Everybody heard him but him. He and himself. He one of them. Oh dog. Bro, we heard you, bro. Willie, hit the link, Willie. I gotta ask you a question. Hit the link, bro. You ain't doing nothing, bro. You ain't got nothing going on, bro. Making no stuff in line. You ain't got nothing going on, Willie. Look, go ahead, check it. Man, we heard everything you said, bro. You dropped off on your own, bro. Don't try to put that on us. You dropped off on your own, bro. Jeremiah Judah said, y'all can't, Christopher Columbus didn't come before Columbus. That was the best line in the debate. Christopher Columbus didn't come before Columbus. See, 2 days ago, the dude named MC dropped something in my chat. Now look up Black U.S. Indian photo MP1 get images. Black U.S. Indians, the Oleon people from performing ceremony dance. Bro, this ain't even real, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? I'm starting to think that you crazy in the fucking head, bro. Like I'm losing patience with you. That is not how you determine who a people is, bro. Look at this shit. And I've seen this picture time and time and time again. But you just keep doing the dumb shit after the dumb shit after the dumb shit. Bro, you keep doing this. You keep leaving comments on our shit. And you keep saying, look at the black people. There ain't none. Here the people go right here, bro. Look at the people. This them right there, bro. San Jose spotlight they shit. What is you talking about? Here go people again. Ceremonial dance. Why is you playing games with me, man? Why is you playing games, bro? You leaving comments on our shit saying to these people. We looking at them. None of them make sense to us. But we looking at them. You got us looking at these people. Now what? We looking at them. They ain't black people. What was to do? Look at this ceremonial dance? You told me to go look. You told me to go look at, what was this source you said look at? You said look at Getty Images. Why the fuck am I looking at Getty Images? And then you saying black U.S. Indians. You're going, if that's the way you searching for shit, this is what you told me to look at. If that's the way you searching for shit, guess what's going to happen? They're going to give you exactly what you searching for. Black U.S. Indians. They are not black. They are clearly painted. Clearly around the neck paint. This motherfucker lighter than everybody else. Painted. 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 Look at his face. Light as fuck. It's paint. Why are we looking at that? The picture that you want me to look at, bro, when we can look at the people. We can look at the people. They got kids still in the area. There's no reason for us to do what you talking about. You gotta grow up, man. At some point in your life, you gotta grow up. Straight up and down. Some point in your life, you just gotta grow up. I don't know what else to tell you. In scholarship, you just gotta grow up. I'm allergic to bullshit, bro. You got me sneezing. I guess that hair painted. Where the fuck do you see nappy hair? Where the fuck you see nappy hair at? Where you see nappy hair at? This is what I mean by you dumbass niggas. Y'all look at some shit and be like, nappy hair. How the fuck, where do you see nappy hair at on the shit you told me to look at? When the people right below it, bro. Where do you see nappy hair at? Who got nappy hair? They all got some shit on their head. Ain't none of that shit nappy. None of that shit nappy. How did you determine that it's nappy hair? Are you kidding me right now? You gotta be smoking dope, bro. You like for real, you gotta be smoking dope, bro. Like for real. There go your original of it. Right there. Here go the original of it. You gotta be smoking dope, bro. Straight up. There's no way you can't convince You gotta be, bro. I told this motherfucker, bro. Like, this man want us to look at something, right? And he don't send us to like the where we can get the primary that'll give you the description, and then from there he goes and do all of this. Like, let me show you what I mean by that, right? Like, if you just go here and see where the painting originates, like where did the painting come from? Lot 47, George von Laxdorff, Rees de Welt, first edition, Frankfurt, 1812. Fine paper issue of the account of the Kustern's voyage containing the first public view of San Francisco, not included in the English translation. So now you can just go and figure it out. You know, it should figure the shit out. Figure the shit out. You can go do whatever digging you need to do to figure it out, bro. Until you can come up on the primary. The primary, don't give me somebody's rendition of something when you go to Getty Images. That's not the primary. Getty Images is not the primary. That's your first goddamn fault. Then you keep on wanting to make up shit. Like, we ain't even get to all of that. Go find the actual primary. Don't settle on the first thing you see. Where is it coming from? Who is the author? What are they projecting here? Is this really in California or is it in South America? Let me do an image search. Let's get the author's name. Because there's an image of the same image talking about the shit is in Brazil. No joke. From 1816 to 1831. Jean Baptiste Debretz. It's from the book of Jean Baptiste Debretz. It says, I'm going to show you. And look at this motherfucker looking Chinese as a motherfucker in the eyes. Called Dance the Savages de la Mission des José Brazil by Jean Debretz from the book Picturesque and Historic Trip to Brazil in 3 volumes. Look that up. Since you talking about go look up this and you come on my shit with all your bullshit, go look that up. Telling me to go look at some shit that ain't even fucking an ounce to do with us. Go look it up. It's on screen for a reason. Hit them with the Jaguar tattoo, bro. Nah, he ain't hit no link. He gonna stay in the chat. And what's bad is I'm gonna let him present his bullshit just because I want to see him just shit. They always stop at the first thing they see. They don't never sit there and be like, hold on, is this true? You don't even know how to falsify this shit. Just on some real life stuff, bro. That's why I like science so much. Science is in the realm of falsification. All they want to do is falsify. If something is to be true, its job is to falsify that which is true. If it can't falsify that which is true, then it elevates that information. You keep saying made up. If you think the article, it's not an article. You're not listening. Hit the link, bro. I can't talk to you directly and you fucking in a chat. Hit the fucking link like a grown ass man. I'm going back and forth with you in the chat. We can eliminate all of that shit. We can talk directly. Going back and forth with you in the chat. You want to type this and then you get quiet and then you want to type again, then you get quiet, and then you want to type again, then you want to get quiet when your ass get proven wrong. Hit the fucking link, bro. Stand up for that shit. You think black people been in America before Columbus? Stand on that shit. Present your evidence. It's simple. Ain't rocket science. Show and prove. What evidence are you reading that leads you to believe that black people with no evidence, no genetic evidence whatsoever, was in the Americas before the arrival of Columbus? Where's your evidence at? Don't let the truth intimidate you, bro. Where's your evidence at? That's it. That's all I want to see. I don't care nothing about you, who you are, what you look like, none of that. In the chair, you can throw rocks and hide your hands. Don't. All right, you know what, bro? I ain't finna keep talking back and forth with nobody in the motherfucking Chinese link and try to, like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't doing this shit. Hit the link. You talk, hit the link. You don't talk, to typing. I want all the smoke. Bring it. You bad. I ain't think so. I ain't think you had it. I ain't think you or nobody else had it. Not you nor nobody else. Fake. Shit, faking a $4 bill. Let me show y'all something. Show y'all something. Let me clear some of this stuff off my screen first. Using primary sources, 1492, An Ongoing Voyage. Personal narrative of the first voyage of Columbus to America from manuscripts recently discovered in Spain. Uh-oh. The Northermen, Columbus and Cabot, 985 to 1503, Voyages of the Northermen. Columbus manuscripts. Oh. So y'all don't even be want to deal with this work, bro. On a real level, y'all don't want to be dealing with this work, bro. Concerning discovered islands. Letter of Columbus, to whom our age is greatly in depth. A letter of Christopher Columbus. That ain't it. That's not it. That's not it. It's not. The Book of Privileges. Somebody mentioned this earlier. Of course, I already had it, tucked away, but his own Book of Privileges, photogenic facsimile of the manuscript in the archive of the Foreign Office in Paris, now for the first time published with expanded text translations in English and a historical introduction. The Book of Privileges. Come on, man. Y'all didn't know about the book. Some people didn't know about the Book of Privileges. You could have showed this, Cedric. You could have showed, look, it's a boop, 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 boop. Ran it down to him. Boop, 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 boop. I'm saying you need to do, too much. But you need to know about the Book of Privileges. There's information in there. I ain't gonna, read it. It's available. And that old sis-ass Vino gonna be trying to read all my shit. Look at the sources. And then this is the second time that the Admiral, aka Columbus, gives an account of people. I already read one, but as soon as Don broke many of these people to the beach out of the use, yada yada yada, yada yada, broad nose, yada yada yada. Their eyes are beautiful and not small. Themselves are and themselves far from look. Their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black, but the color of the Canarians. That's the second time he says that. Nor should anything else expected, as this island is in line of the east and west from the island of Hero in the Canaries. Their legs are very straight, all in one, and no belly, but well formed. They came to the ship in small canoes made out of the trunk of a tree, like a long boat, and all in one piece, and wonderfully worked, considering the country. That's one. That's Saturday, October 13th. He gave us another account, right? He gave us one on Saturday the 13th. He gave us this account on the 11th, where he said they paint themselves black. They are the color of the Canarians. That's 2 days, October the 11th and October the 13th. Columbus gives two specific descriptions of what the peoples look like. And here we are on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Y'all making up all this bullshit about this motherfucking title. And then you running around here and then you ain't even dealing with the work. Cedric, had you just shown them this? October the 11th and October the 13th? The debate was over, bro. Because it wasn't black people. He ain't see none. Columbus tells us who he sees. So how is he seeing black people before him when the people that he see before him look like the Canaries? And he doubled it. He doubled down on it. Double down. That boy Willie, that boy Old Dog been on TikTok so much he can't even get on YouTube. Boy, that wild. Life and Life says, still arguing with these dumb niggas. P shaking my head. Yep. Still arguing with the dummies, bro. Can't even get them to have a decent conversation with it and look at the evidence. We want to review their evidence. They say for those who say they've been here and for those who say that Africans came before Columbus, where is your evidence? We would like to review it. Don't point me to Ivan Van Sertima. Don't pull a Dr. Mott on me, which showed y'all that in 1987, he presented facts. He didn't present no damn facts in 1987. And you ain't correct that shit. Bro, I don't even know what you came up here for. What you want? What you want?
So you still trying to debunk this?
Debunk what?
Black people was already over here.
You ain't got no proof. Where the proof at?
What kind of proof you need?
What you mean? Where the facts at? Where the genetic evidence?
I got genetic facts of all the people that was here before.
Yeah.
Y'all just using like 15 bodies.
Nah. We got the genetic evidence.
You got the genetic evidence of 15 people so that testify for the whole continent.
More than 15 people.
Yeah, why they ain't never talked about no mass grave sites to all them people that died?
Who said that there's no mass grave sites of all the people that died?
What are mass grave sites for all the people that died from disease?
No. You asked a question and you said why they don't talk about the mass grave sites. Who said that they don't talk about the mass grave sites?
They don't. Where the mass grave sites in North America?
And we specifically just went through it. What you mean? What you think happened to a body?
If you just went through it, you should be able to tell me where it's at. Where it's at?
Where you all over Americas? They find
all over. Yeah, you making up shit.
How do you think they found Anzac 1 and Anzac 2?
Man, you just making up shit.
How do you think they found a woman on top of the mountain? How do you think they found Uzziah? How do you think that they found the other woman in a cave? How do you think they find all of these bones that's all over the Americas?
Found one woman, that ain't no mass.
They found no one woman. They found more than one woman, stupid ass nigga. That's what I'm talking about. You ain't got no motherfucking information, nigga. Kick rocks. I asked you for your evidence. You want to come up here and try to question something. You don't even get no comprehension of it. Stupid ass nigga. Your life is short. You still trying to debunk this? What you mean still trying to debunk? This shit been debunked. The conversation over with. You just now running into some shit that you don't know about. You still trying to debunk, dumbass nigga. Can't even read. Don't hit my without no source. I got a short attention span for your dumb ass. If you coming up here to pull up your screen and share a source, Vino, don't hit my link. If it was somebody else for the lit talk, you ain't got shit to say on this platform. Go make your little hoe ass videos, nigga. Do that. Go make your little hoe ass videos with your 3 views and shit. You can't even do that. Facts. Immediately. Say something, you respond, they got the evidence, and then he go to something else. Well, where they at? Or where is this? Or where is that? Like, nigga, do you understand the first answer? Prove to me that you comprehend the first answer to your question. You start asking me more shit. Remedial ass motherfucker. Remedial, man. The first 3 centuries of historic contact between Indians, Europeans, and Africans in what is today northeastern United States shaped the national experience of the American peoples. Why are we playing games? We ain't got to play no games, bro. I got the information right here. Right here. Contact between 3 groups of people. Now, where the fuck are you at? Vino, where you at? The first 3 centuries of historic contact between Indians, Europeans, and Africans in what is today northeastern United States, the national experience of the American people. The National Historic Landmark Survey, theme study surveys, documentary, archaeological, ethnographic, and other evidence to develop a planning document to identify, evaluate, and designate a national historic landmarks, nationally significant properties associated with historic contact between peoples from the Atlantic coast to the eastern reaches of the Trans-Appalachian Highlands between 1524 and 1783. Where are you at the Where you at? Where your peoples? As you say, where your peoples? Sean Pete, why you kick me off, Sean Pete? I was just asking you a question, Sean Pete. I just wanted to see if you could answer the question, Sean Pete. Where is the cemetery, Sean Pete? Let me help you out with something, V-Note. Real brief, like. You don't even know the indigenous burial practices of people. If you got millions, if you got thousands of people dying, just thousands of people dying, bro, on some real shit. Who taking the time out to bury thousands of people dying when you can't even get near a person that's dying because they're your ass sick and you dead? You see how they go? Oh, my bad. You don't know how they go because you don't know. You don't know it all. Mm-hmm. Everything you want to see, we can get it. Mm-hmm. What that say? Forced to adjust to the realities of their situation, Indians, Europeans, and Africans continually move tools, goods, and ideas back and forth across cultural divides, crisscrossing the region. Tripping, bro. They telling you they ain't got nothing to hide. Again, selections from historic contact, early relations between Indian peoples and colonists in North. Come on, they don't have nothing to hide. Who are you to say that they do? You don't even know when people die and leave shit behind. It gets tricky than a mug. This motherfucker said, "What happened to him?" Bro, you don't even know where your great granddaddy is buried. And that nigga died 20 years ago. Fuck out of here, you talking about? I want y'all to listen to Ivan Van Sertima. Anthropologist, linguist Ivan Van Sertima set ablaze a mini controversy with his thesis that Africans set foot upon and made significant cultural impact on the New World 22 centuries before Columbus sailed into the West Indies. In his book, They Came Before Columbus, Van Sertima, at Rutgers professor, says African influences can be found in an array of cultural similarities between Africa and the ancient Americas. Pyramid construction and the use of boat litters, the parasail and the plum serpent motif bronze casting techniques. He also points to Negroid features of giant stone heads in Mexico, are of which have been radiocarbon dated 814 BC. But in his review, in the March 13 issue of the New York Times Book Review, Glenn Daniel, archaeology professor at Cambridge University, called the book ignorant rubbish and described Van Sertima as one of several deluded scholars. Daniel's review provoked a barrage of letters from scholars and laypersons defending Van Sertima. The book review received about 70 letters, the most reader reactions it's had on an issue since the reviewer attacked Robert Frost several years ago. The book is a special May selection of a Book of the Month Club, and Tandem House is about to publish a second printing. Van Sertima, 42, here Saturday for the concluding day of the third annual Black Writers Conference sponsored by the university, said the previous to original thought, who will let us expose Daniel as a man. I'm not even do honest battle with ideas, he contends, but tries to drown out in the sea of vituperations and abuse. The professor said that he was intrigued but skeptical when the first encountered the idea of ancient Africa contact with the Americas. I feel like a man had come up on a dozen clues to sensational murder, but did not feel too confident about the evidence he was written. The occasion was his first visit to the United States of the Britain, where he worked with, in the library in 1970. In the Library of Princeton professor, he came across a 3-volume set. Here's where the problems lie, right here. Listen to this. In the library of a Princeton professor, he came across 3 volumes, Africa and the Discovery of America, written by Harvard linguist Leo Weiner, and published more than 50 years ago. The book showed an African Arabic influence on medieval Mexico and southern languages prior to European contact. Bullshit. That's why I told y'all it's bullshit. Out the gate. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. Reading these volumes sparked his interest, carrying further with Wiener with his knowledge about anthropology and archaeology had only suggested. The idea that Americans came to the Americas and stayed 2,000 years before Columbus. Meant Africans, the article person. Last of the year, he returned to the country to teach Rutgers. He was asked to write a magazine piece simplifying and summarizing. On the day he submitted his piece, he learned about Alexander von Wathenau, an art historian who had excavated a large number of Negroid heads in clay, gold, copper, and copal sculpture, pre-Columbian American artists. Van Sertima was convinced there was a connection between the Africa and the Americas, and he started to work using his own money. I never expected any money, he explains. I kept quiet about my work. I knew that subject was a suspect. Van Sertima said he didn't travel much to research the book. The problem was not that the research hadn't been done, he says, but that no one had examined the available documents and material and pulled from together. Why would they pull together from some shit that ain't even been researched? He researched the book at the British Museum and in the libraries of Princeton, London University, Douglas College, and corresponded with scholars all over the world. Van Sertima's zeal for learning about African culture began in England in the 60s while he was working as a writer in the BBC. He had left his native Guyana from London in 1959 to make his way as a novelist, but he was writing radio to make ends meet. After being told that he couldn't do a series of African writers because there was no African literature, Van Sertima quit and wrote the series for an independent company. While I was doing it, he recalls, I asked myself why was I studying African writers in English? Why didn't I know an African language? Then that's when I decided to take a degree at London University in African anthropology and linguistics. Though the use of several disciplines, archaeology, anthropology, art history, oceanography, cartography, botany, and Syriology, Van Sertima argues that ancient Africans made their way to the New World more than 22 centuries before Columbus. Bullshit. 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 He describes how Africans and Phoenicians probably made joint voyages to the Americas around 800 BC. Then the Olmec people lived in the coastal region near the Gulf of Mexico, evidence of African influence there. He said, can be seen in rail material, including 4 colossal Negro stone heads in La Venta, Mexico. Other stone heads have been uncovered in Mexico and numerous Negro portraits. Y'all starting to see the problem with this shit, ain't you? I know it. I know it is. The professor catalogs evidence of Negro skeletons found in Virgin Islands date back to 1250 AD. That was debunked. And the findings of African cotton in Americas. That was debunked. Moreover, he suggests that any early 14th century Atlantic expedition headed by King Abukar II may have reached the Americas. Everybody keeps saying may have. The launch of the expedition is recorded by the Arab historian Fadal Allah El Omari, according to Van Sertima. No, it is not. I got the corpus over here. Fadal Allah El Omari. Hold on 1 second. Let me go grab the book. Van Sertima making up shit. Where's my corpus? Corpus, where you at, bro? The Tariq. The Tariq Sudan. What the fuck is my corpus? Boom, Khaldun. Hold on, y'all. Trying to get my corpus. We could have fact check. Instruction. Is it downstairs? It shouldn't be downstairs, now, bro. Where that corpus at? No. The Tish. Timbuktu and Sung High. Bro. What I do with this book? Oh, hey. Hold on, we finna pause for station identification. I need to run down here and see if I can get this book. This dude, it then brought the Arabs in this.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own.
Vince Erdem finna die. I'm finna catch him up right here. Arabic historian Ibn Fadl Allah al-Umari. Let me find him. I got the corpus in my hand. Ibn Fadl al-Umari. And I think he even spelling his name wrong. Where did I find him? I go Idrisi, Bakri, Maliki. Yes, sir. Abib Zayed, El Dawadari, there you go, El Umari. I told you he was spelling his name wrong. 252. 252. Yes, sir. And play with me with the Arabic text, bro. El Umari. Saib Eldin that's how his name said. Look, so I got the book in my hand, right? And I got he don't put Al Umari's whole name on here because when you look it up in the corpus, it only says Al Umari. Ibn Fadl Allah Al Umari. He was born at Damascus 1301. I think he died in 1349. He died in 1349. I'm going to say it one more time. He died in 1349. You smell me? Is you smelling me? 1349 on the tie-dye. Hold on 1 second. I need to take my eyes off my just for a minute. Off the bizzle just for a second. Just for a second. Cancel that right there, bro. about to come right back to it. Just give me like 35 on a seconds. No, y'all gonna come responding, man. You know what I'm saying? Gotta keep it G. All right. So, in between, he spent many years in Cairo. His father was a senior official and Mameluke chancellor, both in Cairo and Damascus. Al-Umari himself was not as successful as were his father and brother in the administration. He quarreled with the Sultan and was dismissed, even sent to prison in 1342. He died 7 years later, though. He appears to write the Masalik al-Absar. The Masalik al-Absar. Okay. It is difficult, yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Here we go. So, and then I'm going to go into another corpus text in just a minute. He says, Van Sertima puts this on Al-Umari, right? But all Al-Umari says in the corpus is this. Together with Ibn Khaldun's Chronicle and Batuti's eyewitness account, Al-Umari's work is a major source for the history of Mali in the 14th century. He collected valuable information from Egyptian officials who had met Mansa Musa during his visit to Cairo. He also interviewed other informants who had been resident in Mali for many years. So, he uses Khaldun, whose work I got over there, and Batuti's so-called eyewitness account. I got that over there. And he puts it in play. So now in the 14th century, frequent visitors of the pilgrimage from Takar and growing commercial relations between Mali and Egypt, there were at least many opportunities to obtain information from Mali and Egypt, as it is in the Maghreb. Even Khaldun met two of his informants, the Sheikh Uthman el-Hajj Yunus in Cairo. Like I told y'all before, the whole Mansa Musa shit spawns in Cairo, Egypt. Some bullshit law, though. And they went up there and started lying to them Arabs. Then he says, Al-Umari's detailed description of the court of Mali often suggests comparisons with regalia and ceremonies of the court and Mameluke sultans in Egypt. It is difficult to say whether these similarities are the consequence of imitation by the Malian kings and courtiers who had visited Cairo, or whether these similarities only reflect the biased perception of Al-Umari and his informants. So Al-Umari's informants is biased. So now let's get this other corpus out. The Fatish of the Sudan. The Fatish got Mansa Musa in it, and the Sudan got Mansa Musa in it. These two are primary texts. You got the Tariq al-Fatish, 1493 to 1599. I know y'all like, but hold on. What about Malikoi Can Musa? He is in the Fatish on page 63. Yes, sir. I got it. Can Musa and the Empire of Mali. Told you I got it. I done went through this before, but it talks about the origins of Mali and how far the borders extend among the people. And then this is important. In Songhai, this means Emperor of Mali or Manding. The king who was referred to by Khaldun under the name of Mansa Musa reigned from 1307 to 1332. Can, as is clear from what follows, was the name of his mother, which means the name Kankan Musa would signify Musa, son of Kankan. By Mali, this implies not only the province of Mali or those lands properly named Manding, but the entire region that is occupied by the people of Mandi origin. The far borders of Mali can therefore be said to extend as far as to the shores of Gambia and the Atlantic Ocean. Sibiradugu and Tabiradugu is a province situated nearby the Niger, and the Bani also is the Niamni, and the further to the south is the extension of the Mali Empire, which also includes Gayo and Timbuktu. In the Fatish, it gives a great example of how Musa, how the whole Malian situation comes to be. Because really, this shit is all about Mali, sung by Timbuktu. That's what, if people don't know anything, that's the important documents. Now, he said he relied on Al-Umari. Van Sertima never read the Fatish or sourced the Fatish, or he never used the Tariq al-Sudan. So he didn't use the two primary sources that's written or used to talk about Mali. And what's the name is in both of these? No, are you back, bro? Out the way. Now in the Sudan, Tariq is on. He on page 9. These books are old. He could have had this shit during his time. He's sitting there researching and doing all that shit, but he relied on Leo Weiner and that other dumbass rich person, and he effed the game up. He ain't cross-reference. He ain't even deal with no. Listen, let's be clear. He said he relied on Al-Umari's account right here to the Washington Post. When I pull up Van Sertima's book and we go to the part where he's talking about Mansa Musa's story, or just the book in general, they came before Columbus in general, he ain't using them. He ain't using no Al-Umari. Page 39, where he talked about the mariner, the Mali mariners, what he talk about. The Mariner Prince of Mali. That's what the fuck he says. When I go to the back of that chapter, before the next chapter, which is chapter 4, that talks about across the sea, and I look at the sources, he ain't using Al-Umari's account. It's not an Al-Umari account in chapter 3. Let me check chapter 4. Oh, I stand corrected. It's on page 51. So he says he uses page 61 and 63 of a work called Mazalik el-Absar, Fir Mamalik el-Ansar, translated by Geoffroy Paris. All right, cool. Let me pull that up. Then he said, and he uses Batuti. He cites Batuti in this same chapter as well. He didn't use neither the Tariq al-Fatish or the Tariq al-Sudan to cross-reference and support anything. And he could have did that to strengthen his position, or in this instance, they weren't going to help him strengthen that position, because they argue about how he came to be king. So that would be a big old problem. Let me go to this. Let me go to the footnote that he used. Footnote 13. Listen to this shit. Wait till I get to the footnote. I don't trust shit in this book. I ain't saying I ain't trust him. Might be a great guy. But I don't trust shit he got in his book. 16, with no 15, 14, 12, 13. So it says the king specified that each boat built for the ocean voyages should be accompanied by or attached to a supply boat, which stored gold and other items of trade, along with dried meat and grain and preserved fruit in huge ceramic jars to last its company in the master boat for at least 2 years, 4 times as long as the stocks of the trans-Saharan caravans from Cairo to Sudan. 200 master boats were built and 200 supply boats. And he's saying that Al-Umari is the source for saying what I just said. 200 master boats and 200 side boats. Bro, that's 400 boats built. 400 boats built. We ain't got evidence of none of them goddamn boats. We ain't got evidence of the boat that they claim they turned around. So what he's giving credence to Al-Umari is for the mythological story. That's what he's giving him credence to. Nothing else. In that chapter that I just read. I mean, in that part where I read where he referenced him. So you only referenced him about the 200 ships. And then he says, how could Africans, properly known as seamen, have crossed the Atlantic? We're not properly known as seamen. Atlantic miles in the minute. Okay. Van Sertima answers the Africans were indeed sailors. Okay, so listen, this is Van Sertima. Africans were indeed sailors. Where's the evidence? That a division of Negro sea captains and mariners is reported to have been in the Egyptian Navy on the 19th dynasty. Now he mentioned in goddamn Egypt. And the East Africans sailed between their countries and China in the 13th century. East African sailing to China is crazy. Travel between Africa and the Americas was possible, says Van Sertima, because of the worldwide ocean winds and currents that cause drift routes from east to west. Bullshit, because you had those currents. You had those cross-Canary currents that just kept spinning in circles, spinning in circles. These strong currents, which Mali and oral tradition, hold on. These strong currents, which Mali oral tradition describes as rivers in the middle of the sea, could have helped propel African vessels to the American continents, he asked. Where the fuck is this at? Oral traditions? I ain't seen that in a single book by a single author or a single griot. Where is this at? Rivers in the middle of the sea? Bro. I'm trying to look it up. Rivers in the Middle of the Sea is a book that explores the rich tradition of Mali griot storytelling, who preserved the country's oral history and culture through storytelling and music. Let's go. Let's go. What else it say? What else it say? The Mali Empire, centered in the upper reaches of the Senegal and Niger rivers, was the second and most extensive of the 3 great West African empires. Let's go. I'm waiting on the article to pull up. When it pull up, I'm telling you I'm going to share it. And I guarantee you it's going to be some bullshit. This is what I mean dealing with people, bro. This is the worst. This is the worst part of all of this. for me, it right here, this moment that we're in right here. Hold on. We're gonna listen to the audio. Damn, there's still people in here listening to this shit. I would have thought that some of y'all would have just dropped out by now. Half of y'all did. I see y'all want to learn.
Preserving history through oral tradition. In the heart of West Africa lies Mali, a country steeped in history and culture, where stories are not just told, but sung, played, and immortalized through the voices of the griots. These master storytellers are more than entertainers. They're historians, poets, musicians, and cultural guardians whose art has shaped Mali's identity for centuries. To understand the griot tradition is to delve into a living library of West African heritage, where history breathes through the spoken word and music transcends time. Mali's griots, also known as jelly in the Mandinka language, are part of a tradition that dates back to the 13th century during the reign of the Mali Empire. At that time, the empire flourished under rulers like Sundiata Keita, whose story is one of the most famous epics in griot lore. Griots were the trusted advisors of kings, preserving genealogies, recounting the deeds of rulers, and mediating disputes through their unparalleled mastery of language and diplomacy. But griots are not merely relics of history. They are the vibrant threads that connect Mali's past to its present. In Mali, where written records were historically scarce, griots became the custodians of oral history. Their knowledge is passed down through generations, ensuring that no detail is lost. Imagine having a living encyclopedia that not only recites historical facts, but sings them to you, accompanied by the melodic strumming of the kora, a 21-string lute-like instrument central to griot performances. What makes griots truly fascinating is their dual role as both chroniclers and creators. They are not impartial record keepers. They infuse their tales with poetry, humor, and moral lessons, weaving fact and art into a rich tapestry. A griot doesn't just recount a king's victory. They evoke sights, sounds, and emotions of the battlefield, making history come alive. Their stories are as much about preserving truth as they are about inspiring their audience. Griots are also inseparable from music, which serves as both a medium and a companion to their storytelling. Instruments like kora, balafon, a type of wooden xylophone, and ngoni, a string instrument resembling a lute, are staples of griot performances. These instruments don't merely accompany the words, they amplify them, turning each story into an immersive experience. If you've ever felt chills while hearing a song that seems to touch your soul, you have an idea of the power a griot performance can wield. In modern Mali, the role of griots has evolved, but their importance remains.
I'm pausing it. He don't mention shit in this article about rivers in the middle of the sea. That didn't give me the other, so I'm looking for rivers of the middle of the sea. Because I ain't never heard any griots as it pertains to Mali, because you got to look at all the epics and all the epics, especially with Sundiata. They ain't saying this shit. They ain't saying this shit. They were talking about the currents in the ocean. Like, bro, they ain't talking about that shit. Mali ain't in no goddamn ocean. That's the problem that I have with it. Mali is not near an ocean. Why would they talk about some shit that they don't see? The only ocean that could be prevalent to them in their mind is the Sahara. The trans-Saharan trade was a really big deal to these people. They control the trade right there. They ain't thinking about no goddamn ocean. All the women, all the money, all the guns, all the butter is in Mali. Why am I going outside of that to talk about some shit that ain't even really like that for me? Now, if they was talking about the Wolof or the Siri, and they was speaking about these people in Senegambia region, then you would be like, because they out there in the water fishing and doing all of that crazy ass shit. But a lot of them weren't swimmers because they wasn't swimmers. The internal sources aren't saying the things that Vencertima is proclaiming. That's the problem that I have. It would be very easy to support it with primary evidence, but of course, we don't have fucking primary evidence coming from the person making the claims. That's why they call them hogwash. That's why they don't respect his work. That's why the rebuttals are there regarding the work that he's done. It's a waste of time. I'm going through all these epics looking for this one quote that he says in the newspaper. Rivers in the middle of the sea. And so far, the only thing that I got was supposed to be a reference to a book. Something about griot storytelling. So now I'm gonna have to go on my whole other book regarding Mali, and then all of these griot all these stories that they telling, and all the stories highlight Sundiata. They don't even fucking highlight Mansa Musa. I ain't even got a griot book with Mansa Musa in it. As a matter of fact, just like I quoted in the book, I'm gonna do it one more motherfucking time. Askil Muhammad even got a goddamn epic. I ain't got no epic on Mansa Musa, but I got an epic on Askil Muhammad. Take this. The famous epic of Sundiata or Sunjara, Sundiata, which celebrates, exploits the legendary founder of the empire of Old Mali or Mandin some 750 years ago, is widely recited today among the Mandinkan-speaking peoples of West Africa. As performed by griots or professional bards, it constitutes a virtual social, political, and cultural charter of society embodying the deep-rooted aspects of Mandi cosmology and worldview. Comprising of 3,084 lines of poetry, the text presents here is the first full linear translation of the performance of Sunjara epic recorded in its heartland, a 4-hour resuscitation by griot Fadigi Sissoko in the town of Kita in west central Mali. Hold on, let me skip ahead. What I'm looking for? I'm looking for the line where they diss Mansa Musa. What page that on? They got a whole page. Oh, here you go. Hold up. Here you go. Mali has a long and colorful history, producing many illustrious leaders. Several of them are celebrated in heroic literature, but none are paramount in Mandi folklore to Sundiata Keita. His memory is recited in several genres whenever Mandi languages are spoken: Mali, Gambia, or portions of Senegal, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Mauritania. Kankan Musa, who ruled in Mali from 1312 to 1327, is probably better known than Sundiata outside of Mali. Inside of Mali, he ain't known. It might be argued that Musa had a greater impact on the spread of the knowledge of the empire of Old Mali to the outside world. His famous and ostentatious pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 to 25, resulting in a dramatic inflation of the Egyptian gold standard economy, decimated the name of Mali abroad to a great degree, and Sanjara's local exploits. Musa's pilgrimage went unmatched by any of Musa's emperor before or after him, yet no epic, listen to me closely, no epic among Bandiking speakers celebrates Mansa Musa. You want to hear it again? Y'all want me to repeat it? Want to repeat it again? No epic. No epic amongst Undi-speaking people celebrates Mansa Musa. Book closed. Now ask yourself, why is that? Why is that? Why they ain't celebrating Mansa Musa? Because some bullshit. Anyway, Ms. Hartman said, many people feel a certain kind of happiness when they read my book. A certain kind of shadow lifts. The psyche of blacks is raised. No man who believes his history began with slavery can be a healthy man. If you lift that shadow, repair the damage. Roots does not do that. Roots goes back to the time when the damage was beginning. We need to know about the time when we had empires. This is not a romantic idea. Columbus is not just a man, it is a symbol. It was with the coming of Columbus that the twilight of the red and the black races began. He arrived on the shores at about the same time that the Spanish defeated the Moors and destroyed more than 3,000 Arab documents in many libraries. How many of us know the African influence on ancient Greece and Rome? There's also a body of knowledge to be uncovered about Africa and America. When you push open a door, other doors begin to open. That's the end of the article. So we don't really get shit from him outside of the fact that he says this bullshit in the Washington Post. But we still don't get the information that's necessarily needed to close the door on the conversation. Why? Because he don't provide the motherfucking information. He don't. He made up some shit. Goon, what's good with you? You in the building? What's up, Andrew? What's up, Infinite Minds? Well, y'all late in the motherfucker. You asked me the corpus of early Arabic sources of West African history. That's the go-to source on West African history. Corpus. I came from this book. Al Saidi, Tariq Al Sudan. Came from this book. I came from this book. Because y'all can hear me, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all can see me. I got more shit I can come from. I read out of this nigga book again. He don't use none of this. He don't use none of this. He don't use the two primary the two go-to sources. And these books was published, bro, when he was alive. But this book right here, hell of a researcher. I'm looking for hold up. Put this shit back. John Hunwick. I got more John Hunwick books over there. John Hunwick would be a good go-to scholar regarding West African history, dealing with the Arabs, works and more. John Hunwick, a lot of primary research. He went over there too. West African got busy and got into the manuscripts and shit. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. What you say, on? P, why do you waste your time on Luke? Man, bro, I don't know, bro. I just wanted to deal with it, bro, because I was listening to their stupid ass debate. And then, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't know better. I knew better, bro. I knew better. Straight up. I dropped the link, or hit the link. What up, Lucky? Shit, you done left. I'm, bro. You done left, and I'm back. Still on, bro. We don't know, but we do it every time. Facts. He said, "My hat's off to you, bro. It's a full-time job. Fighting for the hearts and minds of black people in America, bro. It's a full-time job, especially when I don't believe shit you saying because you're attacking shit that they sensitive about. Once they realize that you remove your feelings for this information, you can don't marry the information, you move forward. Look at this nigga, bro. Bro, don't make me expose you, bro. Don't make me expose you, bro. You know what? Chill that little shit out. I'm darker than you are. Do you want me to show people your daddy? You want to play the game? Just let me know. I show people your daddy. I've been on this motherfucker too long. Look, man. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in, but there's more to come. I mean, not toward stupid people, but simple fact is just, you know, just trying to educate people and give people an opportunity to learn their history, where they come from, and you know what I'm saying, and then go from there. We got my boy Lucky in the building.
Sean P, what they do?
Man, not shit, bro. You know, just trying to deal with that real work, bro. What's good with you?
Man, just hanging out, man. I see you still pushing this pushing this information, man. How long you been going now?
Man, I've been on 6 hours, bro.
6 hours cooking. I've been tapping in periodically. Like I listen for like 50 minutes, and then I come back and I tap back in. I said, damn, that boy still going. I gotta come back.
Yeah, I still, man, bro. I really ain't had too much going on, bro. I had dedicated. I figured I just went beyond my dedication. No, I ain't gonna keep. I should have been off like 2 hours ago.
Nah, but like a lot of times, you know, you be giving that ammo. You know, niggas can come and fight with that. You know, Sean P be dropping that ammunition.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? I really kind of do it so we have a reference point so that people can, like, don't watch the video, or if they do watch the video, then they do that. But if not, they go back in the chat and at least extract the sources, you know what I'm saying, from the shit. And in case they have a conversation with some motherfuckers in their family or whatever the case may be, with them, like, all right, what about this? You know what I'm saying? Because most people, man, when we talking history, man, we ignorant of history and science like a motherfucker. Like, we only know what's in front of us, and we so entertained by simple shit, TikTok, Twitter, you know what I'm saying, 140 characters has limited our thought process, bro. We can't read past 140 characters. You know what I'm saying? Most people we know, man, grown people with kids, bro, can't even read 5 pages of a book, bro. Like, that's crazy to me.
Honestly, though, that's real.
Yeah, man.
I definitely know a lot of niggas who can't stomach reading.
Right. Look. Listen, I ain't. Come on up here and cut your camera on, nigga. You talking about you darker than I am? Hit the link so I can debunk you too. Shit.
What's going on? Is you ever gonna debate one of these Aboriginals? What's going on with that too? That's dead,
Bro, it's been a whole year.
Yeah, these niggas did go in the high, man. These niggas went in the high, Sean.
Whole year, bro.
Hibernation.
It's literally been a whole year, bro. We go back in the text messages and look when me and Nat was talking, a whole year, bro. It's been a year, and he been over there doing shows every day. He had a whole year to show us white people were slaves in America. And 2 debates were not a coincidence. And we still ain't got it.
Oh no, that boy A1 done went all the way underground. You feel me? You can't even find A1. He just be making guest appearances.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He made, he kind of, took a DNA test probably. They should do something to their psychology, man. They be fucked up in the head that they take a DNA test. They be like, I'm gonna get myself out of this. I ain't just gonna mention that shit.
I feel like one of them niggas definitely took one. I can't remember.
Shit, AP and A1 probably took one, bro. Them niggas is trifling, bro.
That's the topic of conversation right now, though. Everybody talking about DNA. The debate you just was reviewing, that was DNA. The Aboriginals over there on OTK shit, they was talking about DNA. I'm like, man, it's a whole lot of misinterpretation. Niggas can't read. That's been my stance from day one, Sean. Niggas can't read.
Come on, bro. They reading, they can't comprehend what the fuck they read.
Right, so
either way, shit, they can't read. And they can't enunciate their words. And then when you try to help their ass, yeah, exactly. You help their ass, you can't help them, bro. It's over. You cannot help them niggas, bro. Them niggas is dumb, bro.
But see, it's really a belief system, though. And a lot of them know it, but some of them they in denial. The ones that know it, they just go ahead and embrace the Hebrewisms in it as well, too. They just go ahead and lock all the way in with it.
He said, lucky ass shit. Like I said, they lock all the way in. Get that inner suit off.
That's all it be, man. It's a belief system, man. But they be lazy though, man. I just wish, like, see, some of this shit to me, like some certain things that they would really go and do their information and maybe try to do some archaeological digs and shit. Nigga might take them boys serious, but like, fam, you regurgitating some shit you heard a white guy say, or you heard somebody say that quoted a white guy. Like, come on, fam. That's lazy.
As hell. As hell, bro. At the end of the day, it comes down just to that mere fact that you just out here just saying any goddamn thing. And didn't think nobody gonna check them on this shit. They got mad at me. They mad at me, bro. Why I gotta keep on fact checking them and shit? They feel like that ain't right. Like I should be doing something else. I'm like, these sensitive ass thugs, bro. They need hugs.
You know, man, this public persona, man, it's social media too, man. So, Sean, this social media shit, they gonna be doing a study on this shit 20 years, 30, 40, 50 years from now about what this shit did to the people, man.
They making slowing down.
Man.
This nigga said I need a darker background. I look light. Ain't no you look lighter, you is lighter. Come on, bro. And you give them time so they can't say that, you know what I'm saying? They can't say I ain't been live. You know, I dropped the link several times. It ain't even about the conversation, you know what I'm saying?
So that's a debate league though. So that's a new debate league I could be checking out.
It ain't new, but yeah, it's a debate league for sure. And yeah, you definitely can check them out. Sure.
Oh
Yeah,
damn! So
they've been doing
for real.
Yeah, they've been doing debates for a while, bro. Yeah, you can check them out. I think they live right now.
Yeah, I was jumping in between your stream, they stream, and OTK stream. I get everybody about 30, 45 minutes. I can't get Apple's 45 straight minutes. I ain't gonna lie to you. I get them
You
boys
be
like
ready.
10, 20. See what they
Hey man,
doing.
that shit. Yeah, this shit do be playing on your emotions and shit. Like, come on, bro.
The real, but the thing, like you said, like it be a whole bunch of saying nigga be saying dumb stuff that's verifiably false, and everybody it be 8 people on the panel and don't nobody say nothing about it. You just let it rock on the airwaves, like bro, that's bad. You see what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing?
Yep.
It tarnishes the brand. See, if you want somebody to be, if you thinking you credible, you want somebody to take you serious, you can't say today is March 8th when you know it's not March 8th, gang. I'm not gonna listen to you.
Right. And you saying it with so much passion, proud about it. Shit. Wrong with the motherfuckers, bro. That's not true, bro. Yes, it is. You going by the white man calendar. You ain't going by our calendar. We got a calendar. Man, nigga, shut up. You ain't got shit.
The calendar that was translated by the white dude.
Mm-hmm. And they'll never say that.
Shit was wrote down by the white dude. They reading off the same. Like, man, that shit be hilarious. That's why I don't even entertain some of sometimes I get on the panel and go back and forth with them. But a lot of them, they so damn dumb. Like you said, they can't read. It's just like it'd be hard enough trying to find a dude to even go back and forth sparring with because they don't know what the hell they even talking about. They can't even hold a sentence.
Nope.
And the top dogs running.
They sure will. They trying to say that paper. Hey, so let me ask you this. Maybe you can help me out. Did they really have a meeting on the Zoom?
One more time.
Did the Apples really have a Zoom meeting?
Apples had a Zoom meeting. Nah, I ain't know about this. What you mean? I know they used to be having little Zoom meetings, but they had a recent one.
I didn't know that they had Zoom meetings.
Oh yeah,
they all be talk about what they, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they had a yeah. So I discovered this going about 2 years ago when this dude Real Rap, he used to be in a little inner circle, but I guess he turned bad and he started exposing this shit and whatever. So he had fell out with Sister Bethy and it was a whole bunch of drama. You feel me? But he had exposed that they be talking behind the scenes about what be going on. It's a coordinated effort to say the least.
Crazy. Yeah,
Like,
man. Next, I'm with
you say what?
Somebody asked about Nick earlier. I was looking back in the comments. So you probably listening.
Oh yeah, man. He in the bushes, man.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's crazy what you were talking about, though.
You say, man. Oh, so hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down in a minute. I got 9 minutes. What I'm telling, and I want to just say this. I just I know for a fact that Van Serma's sources led him to the conclusion that he arrived at, and us being black people in support of that, we rolled with it out of ignorance. We didn't do our due diligence to substantiate if it was fact or fiction. It sounded good, it looked good, and we just went with what felt good. It's just like when you in church and the preacher gets the pastor get the preaching that word, and then it moved this what they quote unquote call the spirit moves you, and you get to feeling some type of way. That's what that shit like this do. You know what I'm saying? Especially when all you've been taught is your shit started as slavery, and they ain't want you to know beyond slavery. And so you get this feel-good movement and scholarship that comes through trying to fight back against supremacy, and the shit's done out of ignorance, relying on relying on said scholars, white scholars, to introduce these ideas to you. Lo and behold, they're using mythology and other shit, and we're taking it out of proper context because we aren't doing our due diligence. Had he done the research himself, and he went and traveled to these places himself, and he was more equipped to deal with something, and he wasn't being so biased in his approach. That's the problem with this book. He had an immediate bias. And so he was looking for shit to support his bias. But at the time, you didn't have genetics. So he don't know. Had he had genetics during his whole research, then he would have looked at the DNA, and he couldn't have denied it. You know why? Because Sheikh Etijoke ain't gonna let him get off on that. Because he over there, he was doing his thing in Africa dealing with DNA and providing the evidence for that.
The problem is the evidence that they be pulling always be saying the opposite when you really boil it down. That's why they got to go into the denialism.
Yeah.
Because nobody says what they're saying, actually. Even the people that they try to quote.
Yeah.
None of their source, every single one of their sources is going to disagree with their final verdict about the situation or about their the topic or whatever.
I think the wildest shit was a lot of these people ancestors skate in Africa. Yeah. But look, man, I'm about to slide my ass up out of here, man. I got one thing I need to do before I start raining tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and dip, man. I appreciate you coming up here, Lucky. I'm gonna have to catch you on the game or whoop your ass. You know, it's been a minute. You probably playing some.
Man, I've been so busy, man. I ain't played the game in like 5 months, man. I've been trying to get the
Yeah, me too.
routes, man.
I ain't played it either, bro. My controller up under here, but I ain't even reached up under here and grabbed that bitch. I done grabbed everything but this controller.
Man, but I think I'm gonna lock back in before the season start, though.
Yeah. Got to get ready to cut that update come. Shit, that new series. That shit be coming. I got my shit right here. This shit probably dead. No motherfucking need charge.
See, I ain't gonna lie. I'm thinking about getting a PS5. You feel me? I think I might grab one, bro.
That's how I'm coming right here with it. I think you pay like 200, yeah, 300 for this. It's that edge. Shit off. Got the legit shit in the back. This good for I guess them fighting, them shooting games y'all niggas be playing.
Oh man, I don't play nothing but the sports games.
Yeah.
I'm old school.
Cut the camera on, bro. Don't come on, don't come on here saying nothing, bro. Cut the camera on, bro. You'd have had time to fix your filter, all that type shit. Cut the camera on, bro. Shit, I forgot my PSN. Oh, damn it. Lucky just drew. He just fell. Let me see. Hold up. I just cut my game on. I'm finna tell you. Give me a second. I just hit the button. Eat my shit. Oh, listen. I don't play no but college football, bro. I might play Madden. You and she in Duluth. Oh, she trying to get with Ogu. She in Duluth. Okay, Duluth. Get some of that juicy juice. My controller finna die. Ogun. Oh, my name on here is I got it right here, Ogun. I'm gonna put in the chat. There you go, right there. And my PSN. Let me cut my game off. I gotta plug this. Plug my controller. I got two of them off. Yeah, that's my name right now, Ogun. PS5. Send me a request. I kick your ass. Then she gonna hop on the panel, then fall off the panel, bro, because you didn't want to cut the camera on, bro. Now you trying to catch up with a lot of people. You sound like the elbows. You sound like the elbows. Around here lying to us. We having a big E5 festival tomorrow, Juju. Oh yeah, damn! I gotta work, bro. I would drive down there for that shit. And number 3 hours. Yeah, I only play college football, bro. I don't play nothing else. Football, bro. NCAA. To Atlanta. Atlanta ain't number 3 hours away. I go to Atlanta and come back home in the same day, bro. Like, that ain't 3 hours. And now I go down there. I go to Atlanta just to go to Atlanta. I drive down there just to get some food. Dog shows. I said I don't know. I don't know right now. The answer's no right now. They would say that's the one game he don't play, bro. You tripping, bro? How you ain't playing that game, bro? That boy threw them scissors up. Melvin wasn't playing with y'all. I wish I was paying attention to them 2 hours ago. Man, this nigga back, bro. Hold on 1 second. Bro, cut the camera on, bro. Come on so I can debunk you real quick.
Debunk me?
No, bro, no, don't talk, bro. Cut the camera on, bro.
No, I don't want to cut the camera on.
No, cut the camera on, bro.
Why?
No, cut the camera on. But you
missed
said
the part where I did a good job, right? So that's why I came up here.
You said you darker, bro. Hit the camera, bro.
I am darker than you. I don't want to do that because I don't feel like I look like it now.
All right. I'm kicking you off.
What the fuck?
I'm kicking you off, bro. Nah, I ain't that tight. Said light skin on light skin crime. No, I'm light skinned. That motherfucker there yellow. I don't know what the fuck that motherfucker is. That motherfucker lighter than me. All right, man. Look, I'm finna get on up out of here, though, for real. Hey, I hope y'all appreciate this bill. I went a minute, 2 minutes over where I said I was going to end it. You know what I'm saying? Ogun got my tag. This nigga trying to make himself dog. Hey, babe. Hey, pause the video. Somebody screenshot. Nah, it's too late now, nigga. We got you. Yeah. Exactly. Canal. I kicked you off again. Conversation over. Hey, point proven. So Ted, you seen it, bro. Point proven. Who was darker? Me or that little yellow motherfucker that just came up here? Exactly. I don't want to hear that. I have to stop. Wasn't nobody hating. Who was hating? I told the truth. That nigga Cedric was arguing about, and Cedric had he was having a debate with somebody else. He was having a debate with JJ. And then Cedric just spent too much time talking about JJ. I ain't trying to know you got a problem with that. Y'all out y'all mind. This nigga spent 75% of his round saying JJ name in a debate. Where the debate topic is did Columbus Africans come to the Americas before Columbus? That nigga was doing way too much. He was doing way too much JJ and to consensus. Yeah, you can try to make it dark all you want. Yeah, you still ain't. Yeah. You still ain't. All you want to.
It's the camera.
Nah, bro, it ain't no camera. I'm trying to get some melanin in here. Go outside. Yeah.
You're irritating as fuck.
Out of here. He spent too much time though. Spent too much time on JJ. Like if he's gonna do that, he should have just clipped JJ up during preliminaries and all his other times that he had conversations with JJ and just used that instead of putting his nigga name on slides and all that shit. They don't do nothing. That's personalizing the argument. And that ain't got nothing. We don't care nothing about the argument. We supposed to be caring about the information. Like we ain't get into like none of the records, none of the stuff that is easy. I'm gonna tell you how Cedric handled JJ. This debate. Cedric handled JJ and the audience too. People, whoever watched the debate, Cedric was treating JJ like a child. For real. was belittling, and intellectually he was belittling JJ. But he to the audience, he presented information like this was shit the audience already knew. Think about that. He kept bringing up consensus. For fucking what? Some of the people don't even fucking know what a consensus is. Some people might be brand new to this and just tapping in. This might be some shit they never heard before. They might be that new in the community. He didn't teach. Like he was talking to someone that knew nothing. He knew that his opponent was pseudo, spit, lacks reading comprehension, lacks listening comprehension, is a Hebrew calling him Mandinka Mali. He knew that his opponent was delusional. So he didn't concentrate on audience, teaching the audience the things that he's saying that scientists came to a consensus about. Had he just taught people how they arrived at the consensus based and showed us the data that got them that consensus, he won the debate hands down, easy, walk away with the shit. He could have kept the shit in the introduction, but he didn't. He gave his dumbass nigga life. It's just so if you want to call it hating, you can. He didn't teach in a way that he could have reached new people, because new people don't know. And then, like I said, man, when he started talking about JJ in that round, like this, he wasting time. No, he keep on saying JJ this, JJ that, JJ. I went on JJ Facebook. I did JJ. You know what I mean? All that. Fuck out of here with that. Where the evidence? Get back on track. Like you started the round out swinging. Like you started your introduction, the beginning of your introduction and the beginning of your first round, you came out like you about to keep that same pace. Like you ain't, you know what I'm saying? It's like a runner training for a race, a long distance race. You don't come out full speed, you running 3 miles, you got at a pace. And I'm thinking that when he started, he gonna finish the way he started. And he 5 minutes, dip off, start the whole goddamn JJ. You said what I'm biased about. How am I biased? And I've been knowing the fucking subject matter for 10 years. I've been researching this one particular subject for 10 years because the reason why is because it involved the slave trade. So how could I be biased about something? Cedric could have did a better job arguing the information. What he argued was not incorrect, but his argument was for people like me and you who know the argument. That's my point. My point is, and still remains, that Cedric knew some of us in the chat. Some of us in the chat already know the information. But what about it's 60 people watching? You can't assume that all 63 people know the information. Just because you see 20 people you're familiar with, or 30, he didn't argue the information. Now we listening to it, we know the shit, and we listening to what he's saying, and we like the conversation over with, etc. But the way that he argued the information and not relying on the evidence to show and teach, to show and prove, he didn't do that. I don't give a fuck what you say. You can call me whatever you want to call me. That nigga suck. JJ wasn't no better. I ain't give JJ no kind of credit. And I actually was listening and giving a fair critique. Even gave a stupid ass nigga advice. So I was being fair. If anything, I could have really been like, you trash and you trash. He just talked to us like we already know. He didn't talk to us. I mean, he didn't get the information. He didn't teach it. He wasn't teaching. He's so used to fighting back against pseudos. He's always been on one side of the argument. A pseudo will come up, start running their mouth on y'all show. He sit back in the listening to the pseudo, listening to the pseudo, listening to the pseudo. Then when the pseudo done talking, it's debunk time or refute time after you pull the source up and evaluate the information. And then is that he's so used to that. And just because it's common knowledge to all of us, it's not common knowledge to the whole people that's listening to the debate that don't know the subject matter. That's all I'm saying. You gotta treat them motherfuckers like they don't know shit. That's why I be saying when not a coincidence, be trying to debate them niggas. I be telling that nigga all the time. I be like, bro, teach. At the end of the day, I be like, bro, you gotta teach. Don't worry about nothing else. Teach. Had he come out teaching, bro. That's all. You know. But hating, hell no, ain't no motherfucking way. Try again. Learn how to debate that shit. Y'all ain't finna catch up with nothing. I'm not going to Atlanta. Y'all ain't going nowhere. I gotta work tomorrow. That one ain't coming to Atlanta. I just hop in my car and slide. And I know you was trolling. I'm just saying in general. Who the fuck mad at your big head ass? No. I watched the whole debate. No. I watched Cedric's whole debate. Cedric's. I didn't watch JJ at all. Except for when I came on the show and I heard that whole round. And I got out of that after I heard that round. It was crazy. That was crazy to me. By that time, y'all was getting ready to start doing, you know what I mean? That was his third round. And Cedric had clearly, in the third round, did better. There ain't no fucking way. I didn't listen to an hour of JJ. I listened to that third round and that what you seen me play today is what I listened to. So in total, I got 2 rounds and an intro out of JJ. There's 2 minutes in it that I still ain't heard. Hey, you not supposed. I mean, you gonna feel some type of way because you know what I'm saying. He part of your research team, but he got work to do though. A lot of work to do. Like if he gonna present information, he got to be able to. You know what I mean? You can't talk that science shit and then you can't be about that science shit. Like demonstration beat conversation. You gotta, you know what I mean? Just because we sharing our screen and got information on it, he gotta teach that shit. He gotta talk to us like we don't know that shit. He gotta make motherfuckers drop the flex bombs in that bitch. Boom, here go the primary of Christopher Columbus. Boom, here's his accounts of what he saw when he came over here. Not one account. Boom, here go 2 accounts Christopher Columbus gave within 2 days, 48 hours of each other. 2 descriptions, 2 different groups of people. Both he claimed are looking like the Canaries. Boom, on board with Columbus is Juan. Juan is on board with him. Why is Juan relevant? Because Juan is a servant of Christopher Columbus and he's African. He ain't recognizing nobody that he's seen. Why else is Juan even relevant? Because Juan went before the king and the queen of Spain and testified of what he witnessed and transpired when Columbus made it to the Americas, because they were looking for some shit against Columbus. And they used that African up there to testify. Y'all didn't know that, because when I try to tell y'all in the first Blaze primary source, the whole shit with Juan from the gate is talking about his testimony before the king and queen. Him giving his account. Juan didn't see nobody that looked like him. Never mentioned it. Never gave a descriptive. And I heard JJ say that dumbass shit, and somebody else say that dumbass shit. Come out the side of their face, or somebody send it to me. Come out the side of their face trying to say that Juan that he ain't seen number of black people. That's a fucking he ain't seen number of black people lie. Ain't no truth in this shit. Yeah, he was on the science. He was like consensus. That shit get on my fucking nerve. You can have bias in a consensus. You got to know the data. Fuck the consensus. How they reach this consensus based on what data? You can't the consent, man. You just trying to sound intelligent, nigga, to a bunch of people. No, I don't fuck with Cedric. Therefore, you saw what you saw from Cedric. Cedric could have brought Cedric ass over here and reviewed some of the information that I provided to you and everybody else. Review that shit to see what the fuck is going on and put all that shit together. Had he been smart enough to go back and review, or not even just review, just grab the sources from the descriptions of everything that's on the subject matter, and he would have did a much better job just at that. I don't even know why Unc didn't tell him to do that. But because of his problems, because in his ignorance, he allowed himself to put that type of shit on, and that's staying on y'all. That's staying on y'all because that was against JJ dumbass. I pulled primary sources out on JJ dumbass, and he denied the primary sources. I ain't having no conversation with a motherfucker that can't, you know what I mean? Nah, that's just like that dumb V. That's why I keep them out so quick. I ain't doing that no more. Shit, that motherfucker got to get his information up. He got to learn to read, learn how to comprehend, learn how to present information, and learn how to fucking articulate himself. New age nigga try to come in here and put Panama on people. You don't fucking know shit about no motherfucking Panama. And them black people down there telling you they from Africa. The Spanish brought them there. Dumb motherfucker. You keep saying that same shit over and over. Excuse me for cussing, kids. I know y'all probably watching the end of this like, yo, Uncle Sean going in. But you're right. Yeah, it is. It's on PK. That's on PK. This is a PK. Yeah, it said Cedric, the pseudo killer. That's what they said. They introduced him as a pseudo killer. They introduced him as PK. Well, hey, ain't no member of the Masi going out like that. You know what I'm talking about? I didn't say JJ won. I don't agree with how people voted, but JJ spoke more to the topic than Cedric. That's the only thing that he did. As wrong as he was, and still misrepresenting the EM2 and the R group, not speaking about one indigenous haplogroup, or not knowing how prevalent disease is, and how that has a way, and trying to say that there's no European haplogroups in the Americas at the time that they entered this bitch. They was having sex with Indians too. Their haplogroup is thick in them. He fucking stupid. But listen, man, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here so I can handle my business. You know what I'm saying? I got business to handle. You say your children think I'm hilarious? Yeah, your children love. Yeah, where your son at? That nigga, he rock with me. What up? The daughter do too. They be laughing because of. Fuck, I ain't going no bed. Yeah, I wouldn't go to bed. All right, y'all. Quit smelling y'allself. Boy, Sean P in the place to be. And we out.
Yeah. I'm built for it tough. No, this how I used to be feeling, killer, you heard me? Yeah. Crossed out hicks, feel like I'm possessed. I wanna and a baby did, it just ain't happened yet. My wife just said that paper there, I just ain't grab it yet. Nominated for the Grammys, I went back to jail. Racist judge found me guilty, sent me back to hell. Lost trial.
They believe that Abubakari and his crew landed somewhere in Brazil. And as you know, Brazil has the highest population of Africans outside of the continent. I also want to mention that Dr. Ivan Van Sertima in 1987, he presented evidence to the Congress to suggest, not even evidence to suggest, but evidence to prove that there was contact between the Native American people and African people.
Don't never go look for yourself inside somebody else, you heard me? Cause some of these niggas out here ain't really cut like we cut. You know, we cut from a bandana. You know, these niggas cut from shit paper, you heard me? That shit sounds good until it takes place. And I'm built for it tough, and I still hold up. And I'm built for it tough, and I still hold up.